Hi, it's Bumble. Welcome back to my channel. So this is the second part of my date everything. It's like my little my thoughts kind of reviewish thing, but it's the one where I talk about characters. Last time I talked about the human characters and I talked about Skylar for a bit, and then it was like past midnight and my throat was hurting and stuff, and I forced myself to go to bed and I felt kind of bad. But I'm so glad I did. I know I'm kind of coughing and I sound a little weird here too. It's not like my throat still hurts. It's fine. It's just that I'm recording this in the morning. I haven't really like fully woken up yet, but I'm really glad that I stopped because I don't really sleep that much, but I feel like a billion times more energized now, and I'm like, okay, I feel like I'm hyped enough to talk about things, and I can focus like a little bit more on what I'm saying. So we're going to continue along. I have the wiki pulled up on my phone, and it just has like a list of names at the bottom, so I'm like trying to go through, because I like talking about like the characters' outfits and stuff too. I feel like that's kind of fun. And then, on the wiki, it doesn't have their full, like, what do they look like when they're realized? Like, it's not the full, gallery and stuff. Actually, it doesn't have a picture of the realization stuff anywhere, and I'm like, damn. So I guess I can't talk about those. In terms of, like, the outfits anyway. So the next one, because I'm going on the Dex order, is Phoenicia. Since I have the picture of her up, I'll talk about it first. I didn't know how I felt about her outfit at first. It's kind of like a lot. Like the buttons, or not the buttons, but like the icons of stuff on your phone. They actually do kind of work as patterns and stuff. I actually really like how they're kind of smaller on the sleeves and they sort of look like these patterns. I feel like I shouldn't like her dress. Like, it's kind of clunky in a way, but it also kind of works. I don't know. That's like the thing that's crazy to me with this game, where there's like certain patterns or other things where it's like it shouldn't work, but it does, like the icons being like a pattern, or like the phone keyboard is a pattern on like the skirt part of the dress and stuff. The thing that does feel kind of weird with her outfit though is the little like choker thing has a camera, which is supposed to be the phone camera. And it kind of reminds me of those, like, Barbie dolls from the, like the 2010s that would have a camera on their neck or their stomach or whatever to, like, record things. And it was, like, a big thing with privacy with people and stuff. Oh, and I finally can talk about people's shoes now, too, now that I'm looking at the images in full detail and I can see, like, the full... the full sprite and everything. I actually love her shoes. I have opinions about so many of the shoes in this game. I think her shoes are cool. I get what they're supposed to be, but looking at them first glance, they kind of remind me of like shower drains a little bit. But I think it's supposed to be like an older phone. It makes me think of like a rotary phone a little bit, and I like the gold on there. It's really shiny. Like, I guess she's supposed to be like a smartphone and that's what the outfit's supposed to go to, but I like that there's like other type of phone things as well. And then the tattoos are cute, where it's like a battery and like charts and stuff, but I like the way they're drawn with like the hearts and everything. They feel more like modern. I don't know. I think my favorite part of her outfit is she has this like earring thing that is like the part that goes in the bottom part of your ear, I think is supposed to be like a or wait, no, because the receiver thing, the part you talk into or whatever is the shoes, and then the little rotary phone thing I think is on the bottom of the ear, and then the part it's connected to is like a little phone, but it like loops around the whatever that soft part of your ear thing is. I think that's a cool accessory. There's so many things with this game, like even though a lot of the fashion is supposed to like, it makes the character look more like their object, a lot of it is actually so cool where I'm just like, damn, I'd wear that. Like, you're gonna hear me say that a lot about some of the outfits or some of the like realized ones for the characters I remember to write down, where I'm like, damn, I want to just invade their wardrobe for a bit. Excuse me. But yeah, it's a good outfit. Okay, we're gonna talk about character stuff. I don't remember, yeah, it's not showing me the sprites for the realized outfits, and some of them are so cool. I cannot remember what Phoenicia's are, but I feel like I can finally give like an opinion about her now, because she was one of the two bugged characters in my first playthrough, and with the amount of bugs and things that happen to people, I feel like I'm really lucky it was only 2 characters that were messed up, and then almost everyone else I was able to realize. I mean, it affected the realization down the road of like, okay, I can't do any of the ones with the charm because like I couldn't technically finish some routes and the points were weird and whatever. So I can give my opinion of like in my second playthrough, I don't know how it happened because it was literally just New Game Plus, but it let me do Phoenicia's and Freddy's like entire route, no problems whatsoever, and get like an actual ending for those. So that was really nice. I was lucky with that. But her route, hold on, let me see. I liked it, actually. I feel like with Phoenicia being like someone that's always on social media and posting about her fans and whatever, it's kind of the route I would have expected for Lux on how to show like how social media and stuff and putting yourself out there affects people, but affects like the individual that's doing it all the time. Like, it feels weird, like there's technically 2 influencer characters, and like Phoenicia actually has character development and actual route, and then Lux doesn't go through like any character development and has a really short route where like nothing really happens. You just kind of keep breaking up, and it's like, oh, you know. But Phoenicia's was good. The whole thing with hers is that like early on in the route, and I was confused about it in my first playthrough, where she says that like, as you know, the phone object, she's always feeling like too overheated and whatever, and I interpreted that as like, oh, is she like having feelings for us and can't really like handle it very well, and it's manifesting as this, but it's actually supposed to be her whole route's about like burnout and stuff, and getting her to, and it takes a while into her route, but you're eventually able to get her to focus on herself and not worry about posting everything online. I like that Freddy was there too, actually. It's like a conversation you have in the kitchen where him and you are telling Phoenicia about like, oh, you're like stressing yourself out too much and you're getting too overheated. You have to just take a break from posting for a while, and then you get to talk to her. And she really tries to like fight you on it too, but you're telling her how it's like better for your health and stuff, because that's the reason she's like overheating as a phone. The reason Freddy's there, I forgot, is because eventually you have to put Phoenicia in the fridge, in like the freezer or something, to like cool her down. Like, that's how bad it gets. So that's why he gets to be part of that, which was nice. And then you eventually get to have a conversation with her about like, oh, when was the last time you did something for yourself rather than recording yourself doing stuff and using it as like content for your fans and whatever. And that was kind of nice to hear, because I actually kind of felt like that a while ago, with not really like with social media, but with my with my previous YouTube channel. I'd play games or I'd watch a movie, and whether it was something it was always stuff that like I wanted or whatever for the most part, and I'd always think like, oh, I should do a review of this, or I should play this game on this channel or whatever, and I got so focused with that I wasn't really enjoying what I was playing and watching and stuff, and I was always trying to like analyze it or write stuff down or whatever, and or do like commentary as I was playing. I didn't really allow myself to fully relax and just enjoy it for what it was. So then when that ended up getting deleted and I started this new one, I mean, I do a lot of the movie reviews here, and I'll play stuff on like Steam or like my Switch or whatever, but I'm trying to do now at least like 1 or 2 games at a time. And actually with the games, I'm not really playing anything off camera or anything. With the movies and stuff, there's some that I watch and then I just sit there and chill, and I don't make reviews of it for whatever reason, but it's kind of nice. It's more relaxing. So anyway, what I'm trying to say with that is I kind of get what she's going through in a sense. And then once you talk to her again, she says about like how you were there for her and stuff, and that she's taken a break from social media, and she seems like a lot happier and such. And then you can still ask her about like gossip and things that she hears, and it is still related to like things she finds online. Like some of it was like, oh, everyone's leaving phone book because David Most took over, which made me wonder if it was a jab at like Elon Musk taking over Twitter, because this game's like very self-aware about those kind of things. I don't remember what else for hers, and I don't remember how many things she has to say, because I never ran out, but that was kind of cool. So I thought it was a fun route with that, like an interesting way to handle of like, sometimes you gotta do things for yourself. Like there's several routes in this game about like helping a character just kind of like learn to relax a little bit and kind of taking the weight off of them a little bit, but this one was interesting. And then for her realization ending, she becomes an artist, which is cool. The artwork, because what I like with the credits artwork is it's all in like different art styles and stuff, probably all drawn by different people, I don't know. It kind of felt that way. And the art for hers is really pretty. Where it's Phoenicia like painting a mural outside, because I think it's supposed to be that she's painting stuff that people see every day, so she's still like kind of inspiring people and doing stuff for others in a sense, but like not in like a social media way. What else? But yeah, I like her. She's like a fun character and stuff. I'm glad that I got to do her route this time. And that's part of the reason I'm so glad I got to do the second playthrough. Let me drink some water really quick. My nose is I'm kind of stuffy right now. Let me just pause real quick. Alright, I'm back. There isn't really anything I can do about my kind of stuffy nose. I'm not sick or anything. I just, it's like the morning and stuff, but with my throat I am drinking water. I have like a giant bottle of water here, so every once in a while I might take a pause for that. Okay, so the next character is Wallace. He's the Wall. It's supposed to be like a foot soldier and stuff. Kind of, I thought he was like a monk or something at first, because he has this necklace that's like almost cross-shaped, but it's like made out of photos. This is another one where the outfit's like kind of like a lot of things going on. I like how some of the patterns are like different kinds of wallpaper and stuff, even though none of the wallpaper is like what you have on the house. There's like this sash that's kind of made out of like tile and things. I really like the tattoo that's literally just the brick pattern. It actually looks kind of cool. And then he has these like sandals. Actually, I was kind of surprised. Again, I haven't really seen that many of the shoes for the characters, because they're always cut off in the portraits, so it's kind of funny looking at these where it's like my first time. They actually do look like actual sandals and everything, which is kind of cool, except they have like a electric outlet on the top, looks like kind of style of sandal like I would wear, actually. So Wallace's whole thing is that at first I thought he was like a joke character or something, because it's really easy to get an ending with him because he just shouts the word wall, and then you have to say wall back, and then after doing that, I think even on your like first interaction you can get like a love ending immediately. And with my first playthrough I thought like, oh, okay, you know, I guess that's it, I got the ending, whatever. Maybe he's supposed to be like a joke character in a sense of like there isn't a route or whatever, but I mean, there kind of isn't. You eventually can get him to talk. You have to talk to him like 5 days in a row or something, or you just have to keep talking to him, and then eventually he talks. I think you have to pass like a 80-point voice check or something, which is pretty high. And I felt like a bit unnecessary, but whatever. And eventually he talks, and then he's kind of a cool character. I actually really liked him once he finally speaks. He has like one full conversation with you, and I mean he does permanently talk afterwards, where he has like the romance dialogue or whatever, or if he shows up in another person's route he actually gets to like properly speak. Like Hirohime, you know, it was the last one I had to do because you get her after the realizations and stuff, and Wallace shows up for like a little portion of that route where he tells her that she says something like, oh, I'm practicing tennis, walls are like a perfect invincible opponent or whatever, and Wallace says that she's doing such a great job or something. So it's kind of nice being able to hear him. I don't remember, hold on, I can check how many routes. Oh yeah, he shows up in like 3 other different stories. I forgot about that. That's the cool thing with the wikis. There's a section that just says, oh, in other stories. So that's pretty nice. Oh wait, hold on a second. Oh, hey, I found a section of the wiki that has all the pictures for the endings and stuff. The only thing is, it doesn't have the characters in the outfits they finished, but I haven't seen some of these pictures before. That's actually so cool, because there's different artwork and different endings depending on if you get characters together and stuff, which I think I was cheated out of actually, because I got 2 of the characters together and then the art in the ending and what happened in it was completely different, so that feels really unfair. Damn, I'm just finding that out now. Anyway, Wallace, the wall thing, at first it was never really like funny to me. I just thought like, oh, that's kind of interesting or whatever, and it got kind of old right away, so I'm glad you can get him to talk. And he's actually like really well spoken and everything, and he's like this defensive soldier who kind of just knows his own strength. He's surprisingly romantic too. I wasn't expecting that. And I wish you could actually talk to him more. Like, he doesn't have a route in the sense, like, I should be saying like a storyline or anything. Like, he gives you his backstory when he finally speaks, but it's like you already have an ending with him anyway, but it's just from like saying wall. And you can make fun of him a little bit with that, of being like, oh, you can talk? I thought you were like a Pokemon. But they don't use the word Pokemon. They say like one of those monsters where you just say one word the whole time. So that was kind of a funny reference. And then it just goes to the like the epilogue dialogue, like the ones of like after you get an ending. So that just makes it kind of a bummer, because he's actually a cool character, but you don't really get to have conversations or anything. And then he ends up becoming a traffic guard actually, but it depends on if you got him to talk or not. Like if he only says the word wall, which happened in my first playthrough in the credits thing, then it's just the word wall. But then if you get him to speak, it says how he became a crossing guard. Damn it, now I'm realizing I didn't need all my notes about the endings and stuff. Like I spent like an hour writing those, and now I'm realizing like, oh, I could have gone on the wiki and I could have read a little blurb of exactly what happens. And yeah, but he's a crossing guard that has the ability to destroy cars. Like he can look at the car and it'll just crumple, but the driver is unharmed, and that's kind of funny. And then, oh yeah, you get like love dialogue every time you get like an ending with someone for the credits, and it's that he personally carries you across the street. Just kind of sweet, but I feel like that would be so awkward to kind of watch. Anyway, so that's Wallace, and then there's Florence and Celia. Florence is really adorable and sweet. I feel like I would have romanced her no matter what, like if she was attached to Celia or not, because they're one of the couples. There's like 5 different couples you can get together, and I've always gotten them together because it's so easy. I assume that's just what their route is just getting them together. Like it's supposed to be, I think, that Florence is in some kind of scam and you have to help her and confront Stella about it or whatever, but I've never actually gone through with it because I either just finished Florence and Celia's route first or I finished Stella's route first. It was only during my first playthrough where I somehow fucked it up and got it where I had to confront Stella, but I didn't have enough points in a stat, and then she hated me and I regretted it forever. But that didn't happen with my second playthrough. I think I did one of the routes first or whatever. But yeah, Florence is really adorable and sweet. She reminds me a lot of like Isabelle from Animal Crossing, not just because she's literally like the mayor's assistant and everything, but just her personality and her like cheerfulness to always wanting to help the mayor and caring about the people in town and stuff. I should draw her with Isabelle, actually. That would be really cute. I thought that Celia, I just assumed she was going to be like bitchy, but she's actually really nice, and you get that feeling like right away, actually, when you see her. Like before you even get to meet her, she's interacting with some of the people in the house, and she sounds like she's so like genuinely interested in their problems and stuff. Like she's not like cold or anything, thankfully. She's just like very she's just trying to do her job, which I feel like you can describe like a lot of characters around the house that where some of them look like kind of intimidating at first and they're just trying to be really professional, but they're actually like really nice. But yeah, Celia like adores Florence. Their romance is really sweet. It makes me wish that's like one of the things for me with the game is that there's like 5 couples you can set up, but there's only like one couple where it's 2 women and the rest are either men, or I think with Tina and Tony it's like just a straight couple and that's it. Especially because like there's so many like female characters and stuff where in their dialogue and in their routes they talk about characters that they love and stuff, and it's like part of the story. Like Winifred's whole thing is like trying to deal with being poly and wanting to date like Washford and the player and River and Bathsheba, you know, like it just kind of keeps going. There was a lot of characters where I just kind of assumed they were dating already, but it's kind of a bummer. It's just that one couple that you can set up. Celia kind of reminds me, Celia and Stella both remind me of the Golden Girls. Stella's gonna be next. Celia reminds me, I don't remember what the character's name is, but whichever one of the Golden Girls was played by B. Arthur, that's kind of who Celia reminds me a little bit. And then with their outfits, I actually wrote that down because I kind of remembered what it was. I love Celia's normal outfit, how it's like very kind of elegant and stuff, but still professional. Here, let me pull it up on my thing. I really like the spider web as an accessory in her hair, because I get it's supposed to be like a cobweb on your wall, but it actually doesn't really come off that way in like there's like a spider web in your hair. It comes off as like an accessory. It almost looks like a kind of net or something. And I actually really like her weird Karen kind of updo a little bit of like the kind of poofy side bang thing, and the rest of her hair is sort of in like a bun or whatever, because she actually has like really long hair, but her default sprite looks so judgy and shit. No wonder I thought she was gonna be bitchy. Her outfit's really cool. I like that she has these little like chandelier earrings, and then the like stubbling or whatever of the wall becomes the pattern for like part of her dress and the cape, and she's supposed to be like kind of having all these like fancy elements of like wall decor as patterns as well. She also wears this, I just realized that she wears this ring that looks like one of those boob lights, like the ones like you even see them in your house that kind of look like a nipple a little bit. That's just how they look. And then her shoes are like these heels that have these like little leaves on them and stuff. So just the whole pattern with that wall stippling and stuff, it really works. The one thing I don't like, or I have an opinion on, I guess, is she has these like regular lights that serve as like little buttons and things in her outfit. I really like the ones, and they even seem to like glow too. I think that's really cool. I like the ones that are on her chest. It kind of looks like these two big buttons, but then she has these ones on her skirt and her cape that just kind of look like, okay, there's a little too many buttons on there. And then she has this like brooch or whatever, brooch that sits like on the left part of her chest or something. It kind of just looks like one of those like first place ribbons, and it's kind of a different color than the rest of the outfit. I feel like it's kind of unnecessary. Like, she already has a very ornate and elegant outfit. I feel like that kind of just is like a little bit too much. I feel like if it didn't have that and it was just like that normal part of the top, it would have worked a lot better. But yeah, the fact that you have a mayor of your whole house. Your house is basically, even though there's like 99 people, 98 depending on if you're hating anyone or not, which for me, I wasn't in my second playthrough, so Reggie just never showed up until the end. You know, it's basically like she's running you live with a whole town pretty much, which living with 100 roommates sounds completely insane. Like, it's a good thing that they're not all, like, you don't see all of them at once at the same time. You only talk to like 5 per day, because if you actually had 100 people running around inside your house that you can interact with all the time, that sounds crazy. But it's a good thing you have a mayor to help with other people's problems, because like you sort of become like, yes, you're dating everyone, but you become kind of like house therapist and sometimes even couples therapist, and it's like a lot, because like a lot of the characters have problems you have to help them solve. So it's kind of nice in a way of having Celia already there, even before you get the glasses of like, you know, at least some of the issues are already kind of being addressed and stuff. And then Florence, oh wait, no. The thing I was going to say with Celia is I don't like her realization outfit. It looks kind of, it's not as cool in my opinion. And then with Florence, I felt the exact opposite, where I don't really like her default outfit, but I really like her realization outfit because it kind of has this like southwestern sort of flair with the design of it. But like the regular outfit, I like the carpet. I like that pattern of the carpet, and it has those little tassels and stuff at the bottom. Like, there's, I think, a couple outfits in the game, realization or not, that have like little tassels, and most of the time I don't like it, but for the carpet it makes sense. And I feel like it looks good with turning the carpet into a coat. I like the tile as like the little bracelet. I think it looks cool as a bracelet. I don't really like the shape of her outfit. I think the part of it that's like her on her chest is supposed to be like a step you take on the floor. I'm like, why the hell is it so pointy? And then it has this little like grate pattern, which is kind of cool. I don't really like the floor skirt part of it. I get what it's supposed to be and stuff, and I do find it kind of funny and a little sad. It has like footprints on it all the time, like she's constantly being stepped on. But I think it just kind of looks weird. It's like the top and the bottom I just don't really like. I think because they're made out of different materials, so it's like very different colors and patterns and stuff. I do like the tights though, and then her shoes are actually really cool because she also wears heels, but they're supposed to be tiles, but they're like different colored tiles and stuff. I think those are really fun and probably my favorite part of her outfit. But yeah, I love Florence. She's such a sweetie. I like how their personalities match, them being floor and ceiling, where like, you know, your floor, you're literally stepping on it and stuff. So Florence is kind of a doormat and stuff in a sense, and is always trying to like please people. And then Celia, you'd think with her being a Celia, she'd be like very high and mighty and like thinking herself better than everyone, but it's actually that she just kind of looks over everyone. It's sort of like a protective sort of thing. But yeah, getting them together is sweet, and their ending is also sweet too, the realization thing where Florence ends up becoming mayor and Celia is like more than happy to like be her assistant this time, which is kind of cool. And then I like how on the end of their route, when if you go to visit them, they invite you to have tea and you just kind of hang out. I could actually see it of like, if I think about it, of several characters that would probably just meet up to have tea sometimes and chat. That sounds kind of cute. But yeah, I never helped Florence out of the scam because it never really popped up, so I don't know what that route's supposed to lead to. But if you're just like helping them become, her and Celia become like lovers and stuff, it's like a really short route. But I like them both. They're pretty cool. And then there's Stella's. Okay, so oh right, I have to talk about the outfits first. Let me see here. I don't know how I feel about Stella's outfit. I like that her hair is wavy. Like everything with her outfit is like stair themed, that it's like very wavy and stuff. I mentioned about Golden Girls, right? She reminds me about the one played by Betty White, Rose. Just like, and Rose was always my favorite Golden Girl. I never noticed that Stella has this like headband thing that has these like pieces of wood. I don't know how I didn't notice that. It's so obvious now. I don't really like it. I do like her hair. I like her bag is, it's a little set of stairs. It's kind of goofy. Her dress actually works too. It's like this yellow dress and it has this like stair pattern. It's very obviously stairs, but like the way it's done, it's kind of cool. Except she has this giant collar thing that's also stairs, and I kind of hate it. And it has these like little bulbs on top, which I feel like could work, but like the way they're positioned, it looks kind of weird. I actually love the tights and the shoes though. The tights are like this kind of zigzag pattern that are really fun, or like the stockings or whatever. And the shoes are cool because they're like these heel stair things, and they have the little bulb things, but they're like, they look like a giant pearl on the shoes, and they're great. It's just the rest of the outfit that I don't like. But yeah, I didn't like Stella at first because she believes so heavily in the scam she's in. And the thing is, I think she knows that she's being scammed, if I remember correctly, because she is I will never forget about Stella solely because she's the first character I got a hate ending with, because I didn't have a high enough stat, and I also kind of betrayed her and I didn't mean to. Where she gets mad at you if you tell her at any point during her route, unless you have like the stat check with Celia, that it's a scam. Like you have to either believe in her or find an alternate method to convince her to, like, I think start up her own business or something. So I didn't really like her for that. But then getting to do her whole route was nice, where I didn't get the option to tell her it was like a scam at all. Or, I mean, I ignored all those and I went with it. She's just like this little sweet old lady where she gets nervous to like give you her little pitch. Like she goes off screen and you can hear her talk to herself a little bit. But she ends up being just like fine and stuff. Like you have to go around the house and convince the others to join the scam, and they're like, okay, we know it's a scam, but we'll like do it for her even though we're worried about her a bit. And then that's pretty much it. And then she thanks you for helping her out and stuff. So it's another one that's like kind of short. There's a line that was kind of funny where she says something and you can point out to her that it's in Spanish, and then she just says, oh no, I'm racist, but like the line delivery of it was really funny. I don't really like her realization. Her hair ends up being completely straight. I don't really like the way it looks, but her purse ends up becoming really cute. I don't have a image on screen of that right now, but that was just something that I wrote on my notes. What's interesting with Stella is she ends up becoming a streamer, and out of all the characters that would have ended up being gamers and doing streaming, I never would have expected it to be Stella, but it kind of fits, where she fails to start her own business and then she gets sad and she ends up playing Candy Crush, and then she ends up being a streamer and giving people tips about Candy Crush and ends up being really good with it. And the art for that is cute because I noticed in the she looks really happy with it, and the chat that she has open has little like stare themed and like Stella themed emotes, and I find that funny. If there was anyone who was going to be a gamer girl that would do something like that, I would have expected it to be Connie, especially with like her realization outfit where she even has the freaking like cat ear headphones and everything. But instead Connie ends up going into game development, which yeah, that fits with like her route and stuff. Okay, but yeah, I was glad in my second playthrough I didn't mess up anything, and I was able to just do Stella's route and got the love ending and whatever. Yeah. Okay, so next is... Oh, shit, hold on. I see on Discord, I just peeked over at my computer because I'm reading these notes on my phone, and it says I have 9+ messages, and I'm like, what the hell? So let me check that real quick. Okay, so next is Dorian, and this is one of those characters I'm going to have, like, an entire paragraph on notes on. So this will take me a bit, because, oh wait, no, let me talk about the outfits before I start talking about character stuff. I have a lot to say. The outfit's pretty cool. It's kind of simple. I like the coat having the, like, I guess it kind of is like a pattern that reminds me of a column as like what are the outer parts of a jacket called? I'm like looking at the picture, but I can't think of the words. Let me see. I don't really like, there's like a thing on his arm that has like a band on it that's like one of those like keypad things, unless it's like a security thing for trying to get inside your house. There's so many details where they're like super obvious, and I'm like zooming in on the character art for all of these to like describe the outfits and my opinions, and there's just things I just straight up did not notice in gameplay, but it makes it kind of fun because there's so many like details and whatever. I really like, he has this like watch bracelet thing. I assumed it was a watch at first, but it's like the little knob where you could put the key in and stuff. I think that looks pretty cool. I didn't even notice the shoes. The shoes have this actually just straight up like like it's carved in where it kind of looks like a door. But it's like a very simple outfit to the point where I can glance at it, and like if I zoom all the way out, I wouldn't even think like, oh, this is like a furniture outfit or whatever. It just looks like a normal outfit, and I think that's pretty cool. That's, I think, part of the reason why I like so many of the realization outfits, where some of them still are like just a bit object themed. I do find it funny that like you see it in Skylar's credits too, that like even though they're humans now, the former object characters still kind of just dress like the objects they are, unless Skylar's doing that to them on purpose or something. Even with like the hairstyles, like I remember one of them has, you can tell is formally a kite because the hair and the way it's tied is shaped exactly like a kite or whatever. Okay, let me okay, I actually have 2 pages of notes I forgot. One of them was when I started trying to go in order of the decks, and then I have another page of notes which I am really glad I kept separate, where it's characters I didn't content skip, or I actually committed the time to doing their full route. Oh shit, this paragraph is really long. Okay, so Dorian surprisingly ended up becoming one of my favorites. I think it's actually one of my like current favorites right now. I don't know. Cause let me think. When I first, I feel like I have to compare like my first playthrough and my second playthrough for some of these characters and the way my opinions change. Cause he's like one of the first characters you meet and stuff, and it's like, okay, whatever, he seems like he's like a nice dude and stuff and cares about the security of the house, and he gives you that whole little spiel about friendship, about how he prefers friendship and stuff. And I thought at first it made sense of him saying like, oh, I've seen too many people get into fights and slam doors and whatever and all that, and I thought it was just related to that. And then once you find out the stuff with it when you meet Keith for the first time, it all, I feel like, kind of clicks to like why he is the way he is, and then it kind of just makes everything kind of sad in context, which I'll talk about. So Dorian's one of those characters I mentioned at the beginning of the other video I made, not the one where I talked about Skylar and the humans, but the first one I did where it was like my general thoughts on the game. There's at least like 3 to 4 characters where you have to go around the house and interact with like different forms of them, and it gives you different conversations. And let me actually just mention about that real quick so I don't have to say it again later. It's like Abel's is like different tables around the house, and it's like it's one storyline, and then the other table stuff is just like these little conversations that I don't think affect anything with the route. And that was kind of annoying to do because I don't really like Abel, but I also kept losing track of the tables I was talking to. Like I think at least the first time I did it, it was just kind of annoying where like the way it worked. And then Windolins, or no, curtain rods, I'll talk about first. You go to like every sorry, hold on. I talk too fast and my voice like depletes in real time here. Curtain rods, you go around the house talking to every curtain, and you get to throw shade on different people, and you have to do it for every single one and make sure you're selecting the right options or you don't get a romance ending. And then Windolins is interesting where it's like you don't actually need to talk to every window in the house. It's just the ones that are facing certain directions, so multiple windows for that apply. But if you talk to one too many times, you get like friend zoned or something. So I used a guide for that. I was careful. But the cool thing is you don't just talk to it once like with the others. You go there like 4 or 5 times to like a specific window, and your conversation just keeps picking up from like the last time and whatever, and that's kind of cool. So it leads to like 4 kind of main events happening in total with that route. And then Dorian's, I'm actually surprised I didn't lose track of, because he's one of those where you talk to it once and that's it, And all of his conversations are actually really short, except that there's, for some reason, 17 doors in your house, and I'll be honest, I don't think some of those doors are necessary. I don't mean in terms of this character at all, I mean in terms of, like, the layout of your house. It's kind of weird. I hate the section of your house in the game that's, like, upstairs. Just the whole way of navigating, like, the bedroom, the upstairs bathroom, and the and the gym. It kind of, you can just kind of go in a circle. Like, you have two different ways to get to those places. Like, you can either go through the bathroom and just kind of cut across that way and then go to the gym, or you can leave through, like, the main door in the bedroom, and then it's like, okay, you walk, like, slightly across the hall, and then there's the door to go into the into the gym. And I get, like, of course you're gonna, like, need doors in your bathroom or whatever. At first I was thinking, like, why isn't it just open like the downstairs? You can just walk through and it's fine. And then I was like, wait, I'm stupid, it's a bathroom, of course you'd want to lock yourself in there. And you would, I guess, need two doors for it because it's leading to, like, two different rooms, but just the setup of it's kind of weird, and it is kind of annoying to have to open multiple doors just to get through the gym if you're going through that route. And I think Dorian comments on it as well. And then some of the doors don't really, they lead to, like, very small rooms, or not even rooms at all. Like, there's one that you open literally just to get to the Iron Magician guy, so it's not even a room, it just open. I don't even know what that's called exactly. And then there's, like, closets apparently count as well, but it's, like, two different closet doors because it's, like, multiple different rooms. There ends up being, like, 17. But you only have to talk to each one once, and I'm glad that I did end up talking them all. Okay, let me pull up my notes again. I have thoughts. Hold on, I'm kind of reading through this for a second. Okay. So, talking to the different doors. Okay, appearance-wise, I think it's really cool because, like I said, there's other characters where there's, like, different versions of them around the house, but Dorian's the only one I can remember that specifically changes outfits. I think if you talk to Skylar about that, she says, like, oh, every pillow in your house is, like, the same person or whatever. And she says something like, I think she comments on the outfits of, like, oh, sometimes we, like, they might look a little different, we just like to dress up. So I just find it funny that he has, like, different costumes or whatever for, like, the different versions of him around the house. And it's kind of weird because, like, they're all technically the same person, but the personality feels so different sometimes or whatever. But I get it, it's supposed to be, like, different facets of the same person, which I think is really cool, and it matches well with, like, his ending dialogue once you talk to all the different versions, because he says something like, oh, you've gotten to know all of me now, and then you get to pick your ending from there. So I think it's cool in that sense of, like, you take such a long time to get to know this person and to, like, truly know them, that then you're able to get, like, a better ending from there. It's just kind of confusing, a little weird. Sorry, I keep thinking there's, like, 2 or 3 I'm thinking of specifically where it's, like, completely different art from the others, because the one that's, like, the back door to your house, I think wears a different outfit from the front. I should have looked at the sprite color. I'm trying to remember what the outfits look like from the top of my head, because, like, the front door I always kind of view as, like, the main one because it's, like, the first one that you meet, so I always make sure it's the one that I say goodbye to at the end of the game, where he has, like, kind of a doorman outfit and stuff with like the hat and everything, and then most of the other ones have just like a casual outfit or something, and then the back one has, I think, just the regular outfit, but he's turned around. I think this is like the only character you get to see like a back sprite to, so it feels kind of weird. And then I also notice he sounds more like muffled, but that makes sense because he's literally turned away from me. I don't know if you can get it to where he can turn around to talk to you. I mean, as a character that makes sense, but as a door I'm thinking like, oh, he has to face the backyard and stuff. And then there's the one that's really tiny, which I find kind of funny. I was surprised that one didn't have like a higher pitched voice or something to match with the joke, but it's the one you open in the kitchen to be able to get to I Rondini, where he's just like this is really funny. It shouldn't be, but it kind of is, where it's like his regular art or whatever, but it's like shrunken down. I mean, not in a way where the proportions are like affected or anything. He's just small, and then he has to stand on like this little stool or something. And I think that's the whole dialogue where he comments on it of like, oh, you're gonna make fun of me for being short or whatever, which I guess I'm doing now and I feel kind of bad, but it's just the visual of him on the stool, of just this like person that usually looks kind of like, or he's like trying to be intimidating on purpose or something, because it's like part of his job of like keeping the good people in, keeping the bad people out and whatever, but he's just so small. It's kind of funny. And then there's the one with the trap door and stuff. It's funny, I've found out, like, I mentioned in the previous video I'd go on like Tumblr or whatever. Dorian's one of those that's like a lot of people's favorite, and I'm wondering if he'd still be a lot of people's favorite if it wasn't for the trapdoor one, or like everyone thinks he's really hot or whatever. I kind of gave into the hype too, not because I think he's hot, but it's like as you're getting to know him and stuff, and once he like finally softens around you, that's when I was like, okay, this is actually one of my favorites now. Hold on, because I just view him as like he's just some guy. Like, I met him in the first playthrough. I think I chatted with like one of the doors, and I was like, okay, I'm good on this character, but I'm glad. And throughout my first playthrough, I kept even mentioning it too, and I felt kind of bad where I was like, oh yeah, I haven't talked to all the doors yet, because I think I knew I needed to do that, and then I just, even by the end, I just didn't feel like it, and then I pushed myself in my second playthrough, and I'm so glad that I did. Let me see. I do find his voice kind of hot though, if I'm honest. Not in a way with some of the other characters where I like melt or whatever, because there definitely are some characters I feel that way around when I hear them talk. He sounds very like kind of like nice, and just very, his voice feels very comforting to me. Even when he's being kind of like, stone-faced and on the job and whatever. And talking to him, he's like kind of a dork and has some fun commentary. I like how even the achievement you get comments on that too. I think it is called like Total Dork or whatever, and you get it for talking to all the different doors. He's just kind of a funny character to me, where he's like, trying to be very like professional and whatever, and doesn't really say much about like his opinion on things a lot of the time. Well, no, he does, but like, fuck, I don't know how to describe it. But then he has moments where he gets to be a little silly. Like, I keep thinking about with the realization thing, and what he does as soon as he starts to a human just is such a random action, but fits so well in character, but I can't even like describe why. But his conversations are interesting, where you don't really get to know him in the same way as the others. He's kind of like Skylar, actually. of being a character that's kind of supposed to help you out with stuff. I guess kind of more like Scandelabra. Like Scandelabra does the rumors thing of giving you gossip. And then Dorian's, and it makes me wish I talked to him at the beginning of the game more, because his whole thing is he tells you about each of the people in the room, which I think is kind of cool. That makes sense, because like of course there's doors like everywhere to your house. He's just everywhere all the time. So he'll tell you about not like everyone in there, but I think at least 3. And what was I going to say? But his commentary on the characters is kind of funny. Like, he gives you hints that are like, oh, be careful about this person, don't mention about this thing or whatever, and it's supposed to help you like befriend the characters. I guess that does kind of fit, because I mentioned with the love-hate friendship thing, he's the character that like embodies friendship and stuff. So I guess it makes sense that he's giving you all this advice to help like befriend people and stay on their good side. I keep trying to remember some of the conversations actually. I like the one when you're talking to him about the people in the laundry room. And I specifically remember the comment for Titus because I find it kind of funny, where he just straight up tells you, don't eat the Tide Pods, don't do it. I think that leads to a hate ending, because you do get that option when you meet the little Tide Pod people, who I absolutely adore them. I'll talk about them later. You do get the option to eat them. Because it's like acknowledging the meme. I think that's funny. Or the conversation you have with the attic door, I think is really interesting. But I think you can only have it, or wait, I don't remember if it's before or after you meet Keith, because the Keith thing is a whole other conversation. But he tells you just straight up, like, yeah, there's a bunch of weirdos in here. I'm kind of curious. It's one of those things I don't think the game answers, because I wondered, I was like, why is that specific door locked? Like, you can go literally anywhere else in the house, but why is that one specific door locked? And you can ask him about it, and he says, oh, you're the one that locked it, and I'm not going to let you in without a key, so then you have to go find Keith. What was I going to say? He says, like, you're the one that locked it, you're the only person that would know why. I guess maybe as like a story sense, or like a game sense, it's supposed to be like, yeah, there's no reason this door's kind of locked. It's up to the player character. But I want to know, like, I just think it's interesting that we're the ones that locked it, because Keith's whole thing is he ends up, like, you find him in the crawl space, and from talking to him, it doesn't sound like you threw him in there. It sounds like someone else, like previous owners, left him in there, which I'll talk about too. I don't know if I'll talk about that when I'm talking about Keith or not. But the fact that it's commented that like you're the one that locked this door is kind of confusing, unless there's like another key. But yeah, that's one of the mysteries I have even at the end of the game, of like, why did we end up locking that door? If we had the glasses beforehand, that would kind of make sense, of like, you know, maybe I can imagine the player character getting too overwhelmed and just being like, nope, I don't want to deal with the attic anymore. Or if like Dorian had the ability to lock himself, which I'm actually surprised he doesn't, because I keep thinking about, you know, like my bathroom door or whatever, it has a little button where you press it and you can just like lock it, and you don't need a key or anything. You can just open it back up and then go outside. And I don't think the house in the game has any doors like that where you can like lock it from the inside. Like, I could imagine if Dorian locked the door and didn't let you in as like a trying to protect you from the people in there. I feel like that would make sense in character. I don't know. I find it kind of confusing. But whatever. I mean, it is an excuse for you to go in the crawl space and then get Keith. And I do think it is kind of cool that it's one of those locations you have to kind of like unlock in like a story sense, you know. I mean, there's nothing stopping you from going to the crawl space immediately. That's what I did, and then I got the key on my second playthrough and then opened it, and I'm like, okay, cool, time to go like talk to my plants now. But yeah, it's interesting as conversations where it's like in a gameplay sense you're getting hints, but it's also kind of funny to read like what his commentary on the other characters are, where he thinks some of them are weird. He describes some of them as being like a good sort of sort, or I like with his description of the breaker box where he describes the closet of like I mentioned the keeping the good people in, keeping the bad people out sort of thing. And then he said something like, oh, but in the case of the breaker box, it's more like I'm keeping them protected from everyone else. Or it's something like that. I don't remember the exact line. And I find that kind of interesting because that is pretty much the route, actually, of like Volt basically being like Eddie's guard dog and then having to learn how to like trust people and then, you know, wish I could remember some of the other conversations. Damn, I don't have that in one of my recordings, so I'm like, oof. But he doesn't really have, like, not... No, I was going to say he doesn't have a character arc, but that's, like, technically not true. Like, doing the conversations, because you can go in any order of the door, it's not like he's growing from that. The dialogue, I think, is pretty much always the same no matter what order you go through, but it's a character arc in the sense of like once you're finished, he says something like, oh, I'm exposed, you know, I try to be kind of tough, but you already know me, and then you get to pick an ending. It was kind of a bummer because like that is the way you get the romance stuff, but it feels kind of more awkward or anything, kind of like you sort of invaded his privacy in a sense, or maybe it's just of like because he tries to seem so intimidating, but you took the opportunity to get to know him and now he's like, okay, I guess we can be like lovers and stuff. If anything, it feels more like a sweeter way of reaching the romance ending if you do it through other means, which I find kind of interesting. I don't think I've seen that pop up for other characters, but there's at least like 3 different ways you can romance Dorian, and I haven't tried it myself, but I had YouTube videos of it pop up for me at some point, and I was like, what is this? Where let me see, for the hate ending to even actually trigger with him, it's not even anything to do with dialogue, which makes sense because it doesn't really pop up with like talking to the other doors. It's like you get at least like 50 hate endings and he's like, oh, half the house hates you. And I think if you use a candy, I think it's the candy dialogue actually, and I think normally with the candies you just get set to friends and that's it, but with him you can, I think, choose to set it as lovers, where you can kind of manipulate him. It's kind of mean actually, where if you say you're doing it as a way of bringing everyone together, it's something of like you become a martyr, you bring everyone against a common enemy, and you say like, oh, I'm doing it for you. And then the line is funny because he just says, I fucking love that, and then you get the romance ending. It's kind of funny in that way, but it also made me think like, damn, Keith fucked him up real good, because he, like, for a character that's supposed to be about safety and like the security of your home, he's like surprisingly more naive than I thought he would be. But I mean, I get it with the whole thing with Keith now that I actually did his route. Shoot, you know what? I should talk about them together because I feel like their bond and how it relates to both of these characters, like, is so kind of intertwined. It feels weird. It's like hard for me to try to talk just about Dorian, but like the stuff with Keith is so important, even though they're not like people that you end up getting together or anything, and just how it affects both characters in a sense that like I feel like I have to talk about them together. I actually don't have notes on Keith though, unfortunately, so I have to just kind of roll with this. Let's see. sorry, I have to like skip like half of my section of my notes and then continue because I have to talk about the Keith and Dorian stuff. But yeah, I feel like Keith messed him up if he's someone that like you manipulate him to be like, oh, I'm getting all these people to hate me, but I'm doing it for you, and he's like cool with it. I feel like it almost even goes against, I mean, I guess it works with the friendship thing because you're like forcing everyone to be friends and getting them to hate you. Like, I think the line is something like, oh, you're bringing people together against a common enemy. And then there's another one where, which is more wholesome actually, where if you get 100 friends, and you could even do it after you realized him, which reading the comments for the video was kind of funny, of like Dorian's out there in the world and he gets the tingle of like, oh, bestie made 99 friends, and then breaks into your house just to say his lines and introduce you to Reggie. I think that's like the top comment on that video, but the wording of it was really funny to me. But that is basically what happens. I mean, I don't think he breaks into your house, but he oh shoot, sorry, I think I have to go help with groceries and stuff. My dad just got home and I'm like in the middle of the spiel, but I'll finish that thought really quick before I forget. Yeah, he shows up, he introduces you to Reggie. Reggie asks if you want to be friends. It's like the easiest way to get a good end, like the fastest way to get a good ending with Reggie, and Reggie's just like, okay, yeah, this person's one of the good ones, I guess we're friends or whatever. And then Dorian's like, wow, you made 100 friends, I'm really impressed. And he mentions about how he has trouble making friends, which I thought was kind of sad. He says something like, I love friendship, but I can't have a hard time making friends with people. And then he sort of like awkwardly kind of confesses to you. It's kind of cute, actually. Like, I know he tries to be professional and do his job, but at the same time, the idea of him being like someone that's in love with the player but is like kind of shy about it, I think is sort of cute. And that just means he was like, you know, he's on his guard the whole time, but he finally kind of brought it down of like befriending people and stuff. And then he sort of like kind of awkwardly confesses to you. I don't remember. I think I have the dialogue. I started writing down dialogue for some of the characters. Oh. Okay, I guess I don't have it. Hold on, let me pause real quick. Okay, I'm not kidding. I left for like 5 minutes and I already forgot what I was talking about. That happens. Oh yeah, the stuff with the friendship thing and the hate ending thing with Dorian. I forgot about that. Because the friendship thing, he introduces you to Reggie, and then confesses having feelings, and then you end up on a romance route for there. But anyway, my point with both of those was those felt more sweet and almost kind of like better dialogue than like, I guess, the normal way you would romance this character of like going around and meeting all the different versions. If anything, that confession scene is just kind of more, or it's like a little bit awkward, I don't know, of what was it, I wrote some of the dialogue down of like how he doesn't really trust people, but then is able to trust us because we took the time to get to know him. And I liked the line, because like most of the time you talk to him, he's still kind of like stone-faced, I guess is the game describes him, of like just, or I guess just trying to like be professional, do his job. And he says something as the romance line of like, it's something like, just because I'm tough, it doesn't mean I can't hold you tighter than the others. And he has these other lines where they're like the overworld line when you talk to people, especially after you get an ending with them. Actually, with each door, it's different. And I think it's just that stuff and his whole demeanor of like, you know, you take the time to be able to romance him and it's like the romance ending, I think, that or dialogue that pops up with like the realization stuff too. What is the point I'm trying to make? Where it's like he's usually like professional and kind of like on guard, except when he's with the player character, and then it's at that point he kind of softens up immediately, and it's actually really sweet. That's like the thing I've been trying to say this whole time of why he's one of my favorites and one of the ones I'm like in love with or whatever. I just that whole concept I think is like really nice, actually. Like he has a lot of like, or not all of them because it's different dialogue with each door, but like the lines, some of them are like very sweet, and there's said like the line delivery in such like a genuine way that's kind of what won me over as well. Like it feels kind of real, if that makes sense. But some of the lines are kind of funny. Like let me try to remember what some of them are. There is like an I love you one. For some reason it's with that little tiny door in the laundry room that opens up to like where Hoove is. There's, I think the one for the attic is literally just him saying the word squeak. It just feels kind of random. I don't know. There's another one about like opening a door for you or whatever. I'm trying to remember the one for the closet door. I think just the concept of a sliding door like that is just kind of funny. That also sounds like it would be kind of fun to just like slide around like that. There's like one of the loading screen lines. I like a lot of the loading screen lines, by the way. They're funny. I can't believe I forgot about a lot of them. One of them spoils, they like spoil stuff too. They spoil something about Dishy that I find really funny. It says something like, oh, there's every type of door represented except for garage doors and some other kind of door, and it says something like the devs regret this or whatever. I'm trying to imagine what the heck a garage door would look like though, because you have the example of like that tiny door that opens up to the iron where it makes Dorian really tiny, but like garage doors are huge because you have to fit like a whole fucking car in there. So like what would a garage look like? Or something that's cool with Dorian that reminds me of like Miku. You know, with Miku, I'm getting a bit off tangent here. People will draw, you can draw like any different kind of version of Miku and people just accept it. Like I know the popular one for some reason is the Brazilian Miku. I've noticed people in the fandom keep doing that with Dorian, which I think is really fun because it's like there's so many different versions of like a lot of objects, but there are so many different like styles of doors, and I didn't even think about it until I started seeing those. Like I liked one that someone drew where it was a car door, but they put him in like a racing outfit with like a motorcycle helmet. So there's just stuff like that. I think that's kind of a cool concept. And I guess it's sort of fun too because he's the only character with different versions that has all these like different outfits. Like it wasn't something that they had to do, but I appreciate it, and even just like the different like physical forms and whatever, I think that's really cool. Kind of makes the character more memorable. What else? Hold on, wait. I have to pull up my other notes. I was talking about him being like a nice, secretly nice person. The realization dialogue is interesting. Did I write it down? I didn't. Damn. That makes me sad. I had something written down and I can't find it. Because let me see, you're able to realize him, you have the option to be more romantic with characters, and then for his, I remember it's something like, oh, I thought you'd never ask. And then I liked the part of it when you say goodbye to characters in the morning and they leave to go do their thing. The narrator describes Dorian as like, he goes, that's why I kept saying stone-faced actually. I was trying to remember because that's not normally a phrase I use, but it's because the narrator describes him as like, oh, in the morning he's back to being stone-faced again, except for when you get a kiss on the forehead, and it's described as like, oh, for that moment he's just as sweet and gentle as he had been the previous day. I thought that was cute. I feel like him giving the player character a kiss on the forehead fits in character. And then he leaves and he says something like, oh, I'll see you on the other side. And that made me wonder if like I mean, you can realize anyone in any order, but I took it literally because he was the second to last character, you know, because of Skylar, that I realized. I feel like it made sense of like, he's the front door that you're about to walk through, so it's like you say bye to him and everyone else is gone, and then you go outside because he says see you on the other side. And I thought like, is he waiting outside? Because I mean, if you do the friendship thing and he's already realized, like I mentioned, he shows up with the realization design just back in your house. I think he's like one of the only characters that does that, so I don't know. Or it could just be like, oh, see you around or whatever, because then you can ask him like, oh, what are you gonna go do? And he says like, there's only one path for me, which sounds kind of sad. And then you find out in the credits that he became a doorman, which the art for it's kind of crazy because he's shown being taller than the other people. Like, I'm assuming because he used to be like a physical door, he's like really tall, but I was like, damn, holy shit, like how tall are you actually supposed to be? Because canonically, I think Titus is described when she's realized as literally being like 7 feet tall, which is crazy. So, yeah, I don't know. But I like that if you have the romance route thing, it says like, he's happy doing his job, and then when he sees the player walk past, he smiles and like fucking winks. It's the wink thing that I find kind of funny. Like, he becomes warm just for a second, but like, yeah, only around the player. I don't know, I guess maybe it's because I have a soft spot for characters that are like, not really just with like tsunderes or something. Like, that's more of how I would like describe Eddie for sure. Eddie's also another one of my favorites. You'll hear me blab about that later. But of just like characters that are like kind of tough, but they're actually really sweet, I think are always kind of fun. Sorry, going back, I have to keep swapping between my notes. But yeah, I like him because once you get close with him, he's kind of just a big softie. It feels like someone that would feel very like safe to be around, like personality wise and stuff. Like, I feel like IRL, if I met someone like that, I would be immediately very intimidated, and probably wouldn't want to talk to, but engaged enough, maybe someone to be friends with, or at least like someone you know you could trust, you know. Okay, the Keith thing I want to talk about as well, which I find really interesting. I guess this is me, I'm skipping through my notes to talk about, or my order to talk about Keith as well, because Dorian's kind of only backstory thing is like his stuff with Keith, which I'm assuming, like, the way it came off, like they're friends but they used to be a couple and then realized, like, it said something like, oh, we'd work better as friends, but then, I don't know, once you find out how manipulative Keith actually is, I feel like maybe it didn't end as well as it's said to be, but at the same time it's kind of confusing because, like, at first I thought, like, oh, did they break up? Did, like, Dorian realize how much of a manipulative douchebag Keith is? Because when you meet them in their first interaction, it's like they're exes, but they're friends, and they give each other a hug, and that's how you open the door or whatever. And it seems like, I mean, I guess it's also probably not to give away the whole spoiler thing with Keith, where you think, like, okay, they used to be in a relationship, you know, if Dorian at least trusts him or something, it's probably fine. But I think it's supposed to be that Dorian doesn't know Keith's like true nature, even though he's like big on security and safety, but yeah, surprisingly naive. Because when you get the scene with Keith, okay, no, I gotta talk about Keith now. I didn't do Keith's route originally, or the whole way, actually, I should say. Like, I was spoiled. That was the thing I was spoiled about online, and that is 100% my fault. Yeah, it was my fault, and so I knew about that, like, even the minute I met Keith, of like, oh, this character is going to betray me, and I regret that, because actually no, I would have probably used the content skip, and that would have spoiled stuff or whatever. I would have been like, I don't know what we're getting into, I'll skip it or something. So yeah, maybe it is good I knew, because it does kind of hurt if you at least go the romance route anyway. I don't know, like, if you actually take the time to get to know him, it's just like, damn. Because I got through some of his route in my first playthrough, where I got to the point where it's like, okay, he wants to hack into the journal, and I'm thinking like, okay, I know this guy's gonna betray me, but I want to see what the storyline is anyway. And then I got to the point where it's like, you can ask him a bunch of questions about it, and I'm like, that's really sus. And then the whole thing where you have to go and ask Mac, and I really, really liked Mac at that point in the playthrough. Like, Mac was one of the characters in the demo I immediately loved, and now my opinion on Mac has kind of changed, but I'll talk about that later. And then it got to the point where you ask Mac, and they're like, oh, I'm kind of uncomfortable with this, and you have to, like, convince them in a way of, like, it's doing it to help Keith, and Mac's, like, immediately on board. And I was like, I don't really like that, so then I dropped the whole thing. And then, because you can tell Keith, like, nah, I've changed my mind or whatever, and it's fine. Especially because he's like, yeah, it's fine, it's whatever, you do what you need to do or whatever. And then I just continued the game from there. And then the second playthrough, I'm like, okay, I want to see what the storyline is or whatever. And it takes a while to unlock it too. Like I mentioned earlier of, like, how did Dorian, of all people, get mixed up with Keith and stuff besides the whole door and key dynamic? But it's like getting to know Keith and doing that second playthrough and ending up on the romance route. I'm like, damn, I got swindled too. Because Keith, he comes off as like this charming old man. He's another one of those that sounds like kind of a bit relaxing as well. He's the one, especially because, like, gameplay wise, he helps you out so much. Like, he's the one that starts talking about spec points and stuff and how important they are, and he's the one that freaking gives you the candies that gets rid of the hate endings. So if you're not going for like a love or friendship thing, and you're just playing normally and you mess up or whatever, he is kind of vital. He is the way I got one of the good endings in the my first playthrough. Otherwise I would have not reached 90, that's for sure, for the realized people and stuff. And he comes off as just like really nice. I mean, there are plenty of hints of like the questions he asks you. Like, he straight up asks you where's your safe, but plays it off as like a security thing. You think of like, yeah, he's a key, he knows how to unlock things, and he warns you of like, you should be careful. Like, he seems like he's genuinely looking out for you and stuff, and you have the option to flirt with him. Is kind of funny because he's like, I have really high specs, what are you gonna do? And you can pick the stuff where you're super duper confident, and he's like cool with it or whatever. And then you get to the part where he's like, I want to know why I'm in the crawl space, and that did make me want to help him and stuff. More so is like, I wanted to know, I thought from doing the storyline we would find out why he's in there, and you don't. And then it turns out he lied about that anyway, because you get him the information. He's like, okay, it's a bust, but there's crypto stuff in here, and you can have the option to check it out. And Keith repeatedly tells you, like, we're not going to do that because we're not thieves, and he keeps making a point about it. And I didn't realize why. I was like, okay, I forgot in the moment of things of like, oh yeah, he's a psychopath and he's going to rob I thought it was just robbing money in the safe or something, but no, he steals the crypto information. That was the entire point of doing his whole storyline, is just to get him to rob you. But then if you're doing the romance stuff and the flirty options and whatever, you get even more dialogue with him, so you're getting even more of a chance to know this character. So yeah, I even fell for it too, and he is kind of charming in his own way. I totally get it. And then when you realize him and he immediately flips 180, and at first, like the first playthrough I did, it was just kind of it was pretty much what I expected or whatever, but then the second playthrough, just the dialogue's really funny, where he's like cursing more, and he immediately wants to go do drugs, like complete personality shift. I forgot what the designs things. I like both of his outfits a lot. I think they're really cool. I like the keychain that he carries around and the way he holds it and stuff. And the whole cape thing with the realization outfit and having the mask, it kind of makes him look like a thief, but it reminds me of like masquerade stuff. It's really cool outfits, honestly. Also, he's like 119. I forgot about that he's one of the only characters you get a direct age from. I think the other is Dolly, who's also 100 and something, but I feel like I should have expected that, because like the age thing is, and that kind of stuff is like a whole other can of worms that gets kind of confusing to me, of like I'd expect like a skeleton key and dust to be really old, but what about the others? Because some of those as like concepts have existed like forever in various different like forms or something, but most of the characters look really young, but then there are some, like Keith, of course. Keith, I feel like if you look at him, could be anywhere between like probably like 50 and 75 or whatever, and then you find out like nope, he's actually 100 and something. And he comments about it too, like he doesn't take offense to it. He refers to himself as being in like his advanced age or whatever, but then some of the other characters also have stuff with aging, like Stepford's whole route is about being an aging athlete, even though he looks like he's like in his 30s. But yeah, whatever. So then Keith's thing, you realize him, and you can have the option, if you did the romance thing, of like, oh, but what about our love? And he calls you a dummy and is like, that wasn't real, I was playing the long con. But like, how the hell did he know that we were going to realize people? Like, it is our choice to realize him as well. Did he maybe just think like, oh, I charmed this person, and out of the goodness of their heart, I mean, they're making everyone else human, they might as well make me. Like, I feel like that implies he knew about realization from the beginning, probably even before we did. Because I mean, some of the objects don't know what it is, and stuff, and they ask you and they realize like, oh, you're gonna make me human, this is cool. But I mean, it is like an accidental thing with the glasses and stuff, and it's not like those are a thing that already exists in the object world or whatever. So I'm like, how the hell did he know? But yeah, he kind of makes fun of you, and even the narrator feels bad about it too. The narrator's just like, oh, this is the only one that's like this, I promise. And it's said in such a like a soft way, like as if the narrator's feelings got hurt too, and it's like trying to comfort the player of like, only one of these characters is a douchebag, I promise, you know. And then when you realize him and you get the photo, the photo is placed in the trash, I'm assuming by the player, and the little blurb for it says right where he belongs. But yeah, it's interesting. So you do that cutscene, or that scene, and then he leaves, and it said that he goes on the plane, and you can ask if he dies. I don't remember what the dialogue is, but I mean, the narrator does say his last words or whatever. And then the realization credit thing is just like, whoa, because you're getting everyone's happy endings, and then you see the image of Keith jumping out of the plane, and it just says Keith's body was never found. And the first time I did that in my playthrough, I was like, whoa, that's crazy, he really did die. And then I remember the stuff with Skylar in my second playthrough, and I'm like, oh, he got his just desserts, huh? Because it's like he when an object dies, because it's not like you're creating a new person that exists, you're like just shaping them to look like a human or whatever, and when they die, they get turned back into an object. I'm assuming, because I think it would be really funny if they become back as like the object in your house. So I can imagine, you know, like Keith betrays you, he leaves, he jumps out of the plane and dies, probably high out of his mind of whatever drug he's on, and then he just ends up back as the key in your house or whatever. I could see that being a reaction of like, he'd probably end up getting tossed in the crawl space again or some shit. It makes me wonder of like why he's in there in the first place, because he doesn't even seem to care, and I don't know if he even knows or whatever. It almost makes me wish the previous owners had the glasses of realizing like, oh, this guy's a big jerk, and then tossing him in there as like punishment or whatever. And you can ask him about it, or you can be like, were you tossed down there as like a punishment? And he gets offended and he's like, why would you think that, or whatever. Because I don't think he was deliberately placed down there of like, you toss your key that opens up all your things into your basement, or unless you're trying to hide it for a reason. Or maybe I can't imagine him just wandering down. I mean, he mentions about exploring to go there on purpose, especially because the door to get there is hidden under the rug, which Dorian did on purpose, but that's part of his dialogue of like, oh, I don't want anyone to see me like this or whatever. It's not like Keith's locked in there or anything, so I don't know. That's one of those other things I'm curious about, of like, why is he actually down there? Whatever. But then you get that scene, and then you can go talk to Dorian afterwards, and he has like unique dialogues of like, oh, I saw the whole thing, and he doesn't, it's interesting, he doesn't try to comfort the player like the narrator does, but instead he talks about how, you know, that was my friend, and you should be careful about your friends. And he mentions about having to like harden himself up more and be kind of more picky about the people he chooses to be friends with, and then asks the player like, oh, you wouldn't have any wayward plans. And I was curious about that, if that line was supposed to be like are you planning to do anything kind of mischievous as well? Is it like are you lying about who you are? Or is it the more sadder option, I think, of, are you going to hurt me too? Especially because the dialogue choices you can pick for that are interesting, where two of them are like, I would never do that to you, and then one of them is like, I don't care what you have to say, it doesn't matter, you know. And if you pick the good ones, he says like, good, thank you, and then your conversation ends. But I find that interesting because that reveals like he didn't know Keith's like true nature at all, because it seemed like they're like friends and stuff when you meet them, and Keith's keeping up his act and whatever. But then Dorian finds out at that point of like, oh, this guy left or whatever. And I think it's kind of a sad scene of like, imagine you're like the front door, you know. Oh, something about that, sorry, I forgot to mention with the realization thing, that was also kind of sad. And then I'll bounce back to the Keith Dorian thing, I promise. I know I've been talking about this for like an hour, but it was when you put them together, it's one of the more interesting storylines to me, and I really like both of these characters. Dorian, when he leaves, there's a line that says something of like, putting his hand in the door frame and taking one last look to look back at your house, I think feels kind of sad, because he like looked over the house for so long. And especially for me doing it as like him being the second to last person, where it's like everyone else is gone and now he gets to like go off into the world. Okay, the other thing, back to the toxic yaoi stuff. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. Give me a second. What was it? Yeah, the dialogue, of like, imagine being even if the characters weren't like having the people forms and whatever, imagine you're the front door and your friend gets made into a human, and you probably think like, oh cool, they get to go experience their life and whatever, maybe I'll get to go see them soon. And then you watch as they reveal their true colors and they rob the house owner, and then they use you to have a clean escape, you know? I mean, I don't know if Dorian can lock himself. I don't think there was any locks on those doors. But even if he could, it's like, he doesn't know what Keith's gonna do or whatever. But I can't imagine that as like the physical door of like, your whole thing is security and safety, and this person you trusted, this like thief or whatever just took everything and ran and used you as the way to escape and stuff, and that's already pretty bad. But in like a character sense of like, that's your friend that you trusted probably more than some of the others, and they just robbed your other friend or whatever, and they get to just leave and walk out and stuff, and that's pretty crazy. It almost that's why I was confused if like Dorian knew about Keith's true nature the whole time or whatever, because it made me wonder about how their relationship ended to just being friends, and part of like why Dorian is the way he is. Like I mentioned at the beginning of one of these spiels or whatever of like, oh, you know, I assumed he was like big on friendship because of like the way people treat doors and whatever, and just wanting people to be friends. And I'm like, okay, cool. But then when you think about it in context with like the Keith stuff of like Keith, I think treated him badly in some aspect of it, or something might have went wrong, whether Dorian knew about his true nature or not. That's probably the reason why he's such a sucker for friendship. It isn't, I mean, he does care about friendship, of course, but I view it as like a having a hard time trusting people. And he literally says in one of the dialogue lines of like being careful about who you become friends with and stuff. So that's probably why it's so hard to, like, easy to get a friendship thing but hard to get a romance thing, because it's like dude's keeping his walls up in a sense, and that's why it makes it more sweet if you get the romance thing where you like take the time to get to know him and he asks you like, oh, you're someone I know that I can trust, like kind of helping him heal from that toxic relationship is kind of the way I view it, which is why I feel like the romance ending and getting it is kind of important. What was I going to say? Yeah, but if he doesn't know, and then, that's revealed after Keith leaves and stuff, if Dorian's still there or whatever, it's still just kind of sad of like this person you trusted and you're such a big believer in friendship, and then they leave. And you're probably more careful on friendship now, and then that's why it makes it harder when he asks like, oh, you don't have any plans of like leaving too. Okay, that's that. I'm sorry I rambled about a door and a key for like 40 minutes. It's just, yeah. So opinion on Keith first. He sucks, but his dialogue is kind of funny. But if you actually do care about him, and I was charmed and stuff, it does still kind of hurt. Not even him getting in the plane and dying and whatever, I don't care about that. That is like more graphic than I thought it would be though for this game. Like, damn, someone canonically dies like that you've met anyway. But just the whole like, not only am I trying to rob you and I got the crypto info and I'm someone who just wants to go buy a bunch of drugs, but just the whole like, I pretend to be nice to like everyone, of like, I pretend to be nice to charm you and gain your respect, and he probably did the same fucking thing with Dorian as well. So it's just like, damn. But like, it is a fake persona or whatever, I liked him. I'm glad I did his route. I did want to genuinely help him find out about his past and stuff. He is still douchebag, but he's still a character I like. And then I mentioned that Dorian already. He's become one of my favorites of just the whole thing of like being tough except around you sort of thing. But yeah, that's the character that made me glad that I started trying to do the routes that I didn't do the previous time. Okay. This is already like 2 hours, but this is gonna probably be like 50 billion hours. I don't care anymore. So next is Gwendolyn, and she's another character that I also took the time to know in my second playthrough. Because in my first playthrough, I didn't really understand how it worked or whatever. I talked to one window. It was the one in the attic. We talked about kids, and that one was a nice conversation, actually. I really liked that one. But then in the second playthrough, I actually took the time to talk to her. To get to the love ending, you talk to, and it's like it's like 4 different storylines basically. Originally I hated her. I wrote in my notes, wanted to fight her on sight, but I still think she's too honest. But it's a lot less if you're on a romance route. It's like she still says things that are kind of mean, but it's not like as often. And she doesn't directly admit that she's wrong. Like, she doesn't say the words, but her opinions can change on things she originally teased us about, so that's nice. And the whole thing with the route is conversations about, like, there's one about animals, about birds, her becoming friends with birds. There's one about kids that ends with her asking if you'd think she'd be a good mom. And then it's interesting because with her realization thing, she doesn't become a mom. She ends up becoming she ends up becoming a spy and having a TV show, and the birds are still her friends though, which is kind of sweet. And then she has one about neighbors where it turns into like a drama about a soap opera about your neighbors, and then one about parties. Because the two things with her route is like she makes judgments and assumptions about people and then learns that all of those are wrong, and she kind of has to accept it. And her opinion changes really quickly on things, where a lot of the time she starts out like disgusted about things like with the birds or the kids, and then you talk to her like the second or third time and she's like, oh, I love this thing now and whatever. And then she admits to like she didn't understand the situation and she's fine with things now. But the other thing is her whole thing is like being a trapped bird. Like, she sees the outside world and desperately wants to be a part of it. And I think the reason she kind of makes fun of us specifically is she's trying to live through us and is kind of jealous of like our freedom to be able to walk around and whatever. And she learns that it's okay to be jealous of others, and she does kind of want love. Like, at the end, she appreciates that you put in the time to talk to her more often than other people. And it's not like an outright love declaration, but it's still kind of admitting feelings, so it feels earned. And the conversations are fun. She gets so invested and excited. That's why it's hard for me as a character. I hate that she's so honest and she says it as like, oh, I call it as you see it and whatever. I don't really like people about that. But like, her personality, once you're on like further into stuff with her route, her storylines, is kind of fun. Like, she gets invested and excited. I like the one about the kids, I liked the one about the bird, and I thought it was sweet that she went from hating the kids to wanting to want one. And then the storyline with the birds, it's like a bird family that she has to help out, and you actually get to talk the birds. She says, okay, open me, and then you shout out at the birds outside. And I picked the option to be like, hey, Bernard, Bertha's cheating on you, and Gwendolyn's like, wow, you could have handled that so much better. But yeah, her conversations are really funny. I do kind of like her in that aspect, just not her honesty thing. That's like the one thing I don't like with her character. However, if you do the stuff with Kurt and Rod, Gwendolyn pops up occasionally, and she kind of, her making fun of people and stuff, it's one of those things where it's like, it's only funny if it's not me, if that makes sense. Like, she's not someone I'd be friends with in real life besides her honesty thing. I feel like she's very like suburban mom coded. She looks like someone that would be a mom. It's like the way she talks about things and stuff. But she's someone I wouldn't mind. She feels like someone I would have as like a neighbor or something that I would sort of know or at least be on like friendly terms with. Oh, I didn't even talk about the design stuff. I'm getting like too into stuff. Wintolin, I really like her hair having that like orange yellow sunset thing, and I like that her whole outfit and everything represents like different times of day, of like her hair being kind of like morning and then her shirt being like daytime and her pants are nighttime. I hated her outfit originally, but I kind of like it now. It's kind of a cool fit. I like the tattoo of the birds flying away because that also just seems like, it doesn't really feel like an object tattoo. It feels like something that someone would just get anyway. And I like the little rod that has the like the curtains, and they look very kind of flowy and cool. And then her shirt has this window pattern, and so does the pants. And originally I hated that and I thought it looked gross, but now I'm like, oh, it's actually kind of cool. It makes them sort of striped. The colors are interesting. I like the blue shirt. The nighttime pattern with the stars is cool. I'm actually glad it's closer to black than blue because I feel like it would look weird color wise. And then her shoes are these very kind of fancy heels, and they have like glass in between them and it makes them kind of shiny. They're actually kind of cool. I could see it. I feel like heeled kind of open-toed shoes kind of fit her and everything. And then what else? When you realize her and you do the romance thing, she mentions, like, throughout her route, she mentions, like, oh, I'm not really looking for romance, you get it, and then you can romance her anyway, and then she's like, hey, I'm not interested for, like, sexy times or whatever, I don't view you that way. And I think she's one of the only people who directly says that, and you know what? I appreciate that. I think you do at least give her, like, a small kiss or something anyways, like a goodbye thing, or she does to you. But yeah, I think that's cool that she's someone that's not really like directly looking for romance, but she still sort of kind of wants it and gets it with you and stuff. So I don't think she's someone I dislike anymore. I wrote in my notes C tier. That's just how that's gonna go. Okay, so then next is, I have to look through the thing. It's Kurt and Rod. I'll talk about them together. So they're, you know, another route that I took the time to know. Sorry, I'm looking through my notes. I like Kurt more than Rod. They're both great characters. They're both really funny and they have a fun route. I need to talk about the outfits. Why do I do this to myself every time? I like their outfits, actually. I don't really like the Rod parts of it. Not Rod the character, but the little rods on the outfit. I feel like look kind of awkward. I do like that they have different colored curtains, and I think the curtains do look good as like these fabrics and stuff. I love the diamond pattern and stuff on, like, they're each kind of wearing half of an outfit, which I find kind of funny. Like Kurt's wearing the vest and Rod's wearing the pants. I like Kurt's pants and having that like white curtain part of it. I like Rod's white shirt he wears underneath the red cloth. I hate his little like thingy around his neck. I think it looks kind of weird and ruins the outfit. I like the gold bracelets and stuff that Rod has, and then their shoes are kind of interesting too. I like Kurt's more because they kind of look more like sneakers, and then Rod's I feel like look kind of weird. I don't like the ring around them of like holding up the curtain. But yeah, they have cool outfits, but oh my gosh, the realization outfits are so freaking good. Easily my favorites, and the game comments on it too, which I find really funny, actually. But their realization outfits are so fashionable. Oh my gosh. And the characters comment on it. I like how one of them has a line of like, damn, it's a good thing our outfits are so good, or I would have had to make fun of you as a human being almost immediately. It's something along those lines. I like the pun with their names, where one of them's named Kurt and one of them's named Rod, and both of those sound like real names, but if you say it together, it's Curtin and then Rod. But if you say it as Rod and Kurt, it loses the pun completely. Their realization thing's kind of funny, where Rod basically becomes Jordan Peele, in that they mention, like, Rod goes on to write, like, politically whatever films or something, and then Kurt writes the televised roast of Rod, and they do, like, joint parts together, or joint projects together, and it mentions that they even have a house that's next to each other and it's connected by a door. I think that's funny. I think they're interesting in a duo in that, like, there's several characters that share an entry on the decks where it's like you have to date both of them at the same time. But I think it's interesting that Kurt and Rod aren't actually like a romantic couple. They really are just like best friends for life, and you can actually ask them about it and be like, are you guys like together, whatever? And they say something like, oh, we decided it's better to be friends. And I think that's cool. I respect that. I like that that's also an option too. And let's see, hold on, let me talk about stuff with their route, and then I'll talk about stuff with their romance dialogues. I think their romance dialogue is actually one of my favorites. But yeah, they're both really funny, and there's times in their conversations where both of them get to kind of be the butt of the joke a little bit. I like the lines for when you get to throw shade. The one thing that's kind of weird for me, that I'm like, that's kind of a weird dialogue choice, is in their introduction conversation, the player character has the option to ask them, why do they sound like they're from the 90s? I didn't really understand that, but it felt kind of weird. Like our character's kind of more ignorant than I thought. And it's not just with Kurt and Rod, it's with other characters too, where I'm like, why is our character so tense sometimes? Where it's like things are very like, with talking to other characters, for example, can be like, something can be very obvious to me, but it's not for the player character, probably for the storyline. So you have to keep picking other options, and it's just like, dude, kind of like more of an empathetic example, like the stuff with Cam, we have to keep bullying him, and it's like, why do you have to keep doing that? But the rest of the route was fine. I like how there's one point in it before you go to romance them when you can actually pick to have a moment alone with either Kurt or Rod. I ended up picking Kurt because he's like my favorite of the two, and you get to chat, and you find out in a different conversation that, like, I like how the romance stuff progresses. It's kind of there in the background, but the game does kind of make a point of it, of like, I mean, more in the background in favor of like getting to tell jokes and stuff. There's like one conversation where they find you cute, but they can't admit it, and Wendellin's kind of there to make fun of them. And then there's the moment you get to have alone with them, which is actually really nice. And I like the idea how they're best friends. They don't want to be lovers with each other, but then when they confess to you, they say that they both want to date you and they don't want to ruin their friendship. So they're literally just like, yeah, we can just date you. We could both be your lovers, and we can date you at the same time. So it's not really like all three of you are romantic together. It's more of just like, you're dating two people and they're not dating each other, but it kind of doesn't matter because they're best friends and they're literally always together anyway, so it doesn't make it weird. And I like the way I don't really know much about like poly relationships, if I'm honest, and that's one of the cool things with this game, is it kind of like opened my eyes to that a little bit. I mean, I don't know how accurate it is like compared to like the stuff in the game or whatever, but I like the way Kurt and Rod sort of describe it and stuff, and like the type of the relationship they want to have with you, where they're like, oh, we want to date you at the same time, but if you want to have like one-on-one dates with us, one of us can like give you guys the space for that, and that's completely fine too, which I really appreciated that. I thought that was cool. And just the idea of like the three of you get along so well, and now you get to just be together and hang out and have fun all the time, and that sounds really fun, honestly. I kind of like that dynamic in things of like you're a trio and you're like all the best of friends, compared to ones where it's like you're a trio but it's like two people are dating and then there's just like the third person that's also there. I mean, sometimes that can be kind of fun and sometimes it's not, depending on what the thing is and the people are, but I like the way they describe it, and then you get the opportunity to be lovers with them, and it's really cool because I got friend zoned the first time and I didn't realize what I did wrong. You have to meet them at every location and throw shade at like every single time. But they have some of the funnier conversations in the game. Not the two funniest. I have different opinions on that. I like that they bring other characters in as well. Like sometimes Gwendolyn pops up. There's one conversation with Fabricio where one of the characters gets made fun of for like not having Riz or something. And they decide they're going to take flirting advice from Fabricio, which is probably a good choice. There's a conversation with Fantina that's kind of funny where she wants to see Kurt dance and he's really awkward about it, and you can kind of tease him about it. And I feel like it kind of hints towards Fantina's like becoming a cheerleader eventually, because she's like so supportive immediately and she literally starts chanting for Kurt or whatever. And then you get to hear past romance stuff with them as well. Like there's one conversation I think where Kurt has like a crush on the blinds, because I know Rod's the one that's in love with Gwendolyn. Kurt has a crush on the blinds that used to be on the neighbor's house or whatever, and he ends up crying about it, and that was kind of a funny conversation. So there's a lot of fun stuff there. Like the fact that I can literally recount the gist of every single conversation off the top of my head, I think kind of demonstrates that. Like there's the one in the office where they're reading your dating profile messages, which is crazy. You have there's reminders in the game with the dialogue every once in a while of like, you have no privacy in your house and you never have. I mean, personally, if I lived alone and I had the date vators and I got to romance and befriend my furniture, on one hand, it does sound super fun. As long as you don't get hate endings with everyone, you're basically like a family in a sense of like, or like a small town. And I think that's really cool. Like I can imagine it like a found family sort of thing. You all look after each other. Unless you get a hate ending, then they probably make your life hell and I would want to move out immediately. But just also the fact that you'd have no privacy. And that would be even before you had the date vators, right? Like anytime you like go to the bathroom or the amount of characters that have probably seen you naked, the fact that your clothes that you're wearing are sentient at all times is kind of scary. Or like, you know, people are alone in their homes. You know, you think like, oh, it's my house, I do whatever, it's fine. Humans are respectful of that, of like, you do your own thing or whatever. But like for the furniture, it's like, you haven't ever been alone. They've seen all your weird little quirks. I would want to just move out. But you can't move out, can't you? Because like every furniture everywhere is sentient. Humanity is not safe in this world. It's crazy. And then I like the idea with the realization, it's kind of sweet, where it's like you kick everyone out, you get to watch them grow. It's like watching a baby bird leave the nest, kind of like the achievements say, of you get to let them go and they do their own thing but they still love you. And then with the romance stuff, they always seem to keep in contact, except for Jean-Loup, and I'm still pissed about that. But in the friendship route, sometimes they just never see you again. And so many of them come to visit. It's adorable, it's sweet. But at the other hand, it's like you kick them out and it's like, I finally have the house to myself. I think you can comment that to Penelope at one point of like, I have freedom now. Like you truly get to do whatever you want, but it's probably lonely. Okay, but anyway, that's my notes on Kurt and Rod. They're fun. I'm glad I did their route. Okay, so next is, it's Shelly actually. Okay, this is where I kind of ran out of notes actually, or wait, let me see. Did I run out of notes? Because I went through like the first couple entries in here Okay, nope, because then the rest of the notes are on some of my favorites. Damn. Okay, how long have I been recording? 2 hours? That's fine. It's fine. Whatever. Okay, Shelly's really cool. Let me grab my other notes real quick. Alright, I have 3 pages of handwritten notes, and I'm probably going to forget to read some of them. So if there's anything I forget to say in this video about characters or whatever, I'll probably just write it in the comments, even if no one reads them, it's fine. Shelly is cool. I have mixed opinions on her. Apparently, from what I wrote at 3 a.m., was too much energy, but love a tomboy, in that she's basically like a golden retriever, where she's really peppy and excited to see you and has all this energy, but it also kind of feels like a lot all the time. That's why I'm mixed on her. Like, if she was someone that was real, I'd want to be her friend, but at the same time, I'd feel so overwhelmed by that constant energy. I feel like it would end up stressing me out. And then the other thing with her too, is that her whole route is about anxiety and stuff. And it's about like anxiety, and I think it's supposed to be disability, but that's my guess. In that she's mounted wrong and she's anxious about falling off the wall, and you don't actually get to help her with her physical problem, but you get to help her with her anxiety a little bit, of being like, okay, what if you just accepted that you're gonna fall off the wall? Which is kind of scary. I don't know. Like, the way it's described and her being an object, it's like she's clinging into the drywall for dear life, and that sounds terrifying, and it kind of sucks you can't help her in that sense. Like, with other characters, sometimes their whole route is like, okay, as an object, something is physically wrong, you have to help me, you help them, and then they're so much happier and relaxed for it. Which is great, but you can't do it with Shelly. Like, with the sink, his whole thing is there's weed inside of it, and you get it out, and it literally changes his mental state. Or, like, literally Eddie's whole thing is, like, the breaker box is on the blink, and you have to reset the power, and it fixes it, and you have to, like, I think fix the wiring or something, and then he ends up feeling a lot better. Like, dude is literally dying in that route until you help him. Where there's just some objects where they have, like, maintenance issues or whatever, and then with Shelly, you even have the option to ask her, like, oh, can't we just mount you properly? And she says something like, oh, I asked the others and they won't help me, and I don't want Tony near me. And it's like, what about the player character, bro? Like, I get that maybe it's supposed to be because she says I was improperly mounted by, like, whoever installed her. Maybe it's supposed to be like almost like a disability thing. I wasn't really sure of, like, okay, I have this going on and stuff, and the dialogue you tell her of, like, having to learn to live with it, and it's just like, oh, well, like, you're suffering, but you just have to keep going with it, I guess, and not be anxious about it or whatever. And then she realizes her toxic positivity is bad, and then she's, but then she's still, the thing is, like, because she's an object in the wall, it's like, I was reading about it, like, people's comments and stuff, apparently it's, like, really easy to, like, mount a shelf to a wall. It's supposed to take like 7 minutes. You can probably find a YouTube tutorial, and that's the thing that hurts, of like, it's supposed to be such an easy action, but we're not allowed to do it. And I get how it works for the character in the storyline, but like, because she's an object and she's suffering the whole route, it's kind of frustrating, especially because, like, you spend time, like, for example, like, resetting the power and doing the stuff with the breaker box. And I know Eddie guides you with that, but I imagine that's probably harder than doing the stuff with the shelf. I don't know, that's what makes it, like, a little bit frustrating. But yeah, Shelly's a fun character. Her energy's kind of a lot. It's like, it's fun, but it's kind of stressful. But, like, I think because she just shouts so often, that's the thing. If she took it, like, just a little bit down, then I think I'd be fine. But she's still really fun. I like that at the end of her route, let me see, she becomes a What did I specifically write? She becomes a librarian. I like that she visits us for hugs. I like that some of the characters have lines where they come to visit you in the credits and they say about how they feel they could be themselves with you, or Shelley's is that you always make her feel safe. And I love that, honestly, because there's so many that are like, their whole route is like they learn, like Text Box Jam, like how to be themselves around you, and they feel comfortable around you, and that's really nice. I don't really like her outfit. I hate her hat with the little plant on it, and I don't like that she keeps it in her realization outfit. I feel like her realization outfit still looks too shelf related. I do like her top though, the one that says something like love your shelf and whatever, and the decorations on it. With her regular outfit though, I do give me a moment, hold on. I'm so glad this is in alphabetical order on the wiki. There's some parts of her outfit I love, and there's some parts of her outfit I hate. I hate the hat. I mean, I feel like the hat with the jacket combo fits. I don't like the shorts. I get it's supposed to be like things on a shelf. Or it's more like I don't like the patterns, but I like the rest of her outfit. I don't like the patterns of the top, the shorts, and the hat. Just the hat having the plant, I feel like looks kind of weird. I feel like it didn't need the plant. I love the concept of her outfit, of like the baseball cap, the jacket, the tank top thing, the shorts, the sneakers, the long socks. As a concept, it's really cool. But like the patterns of it I don't really like. I do like the wooden patterns for the socks, and I do like the sneakers being these kind of red shelves. I think that's cool. I adore the jacket. I love her jacket. The hat, yeah, it's just the plant throwing me off. I think the rest of it is fine. I really love the wood pattern that's used for like the fabric of her stuff. I think it kind of looks more like a wood grain rather than straight lines. I think it just looks really cool. And even from far away, it kind of looks more like it's a fabric pattern rather than like, oh, it's supposed to be wood. I just think that's cool. I feel like red fits her as a color really well with everything. But yeah, I like her outfit and hate her outfit simultaneously. It's just like the patterns I don't like, but the rest of it is lit and it fits her perfectly. Okay. Next is, and I know we have like 100 characters. Maybe I'll do like the first 50 as a video, and then the rest I'll save. Otherwise, this will end up being like 5. This is already 2 hours, and we're barely on, we've only gone through 10 characters, so that's the way it's gonna go. Okay, so next is Abel. I don't like Abel. He's one of the characters I can say I don't really like. His concept with the tables, I know I mentioned it with the other characters, and it's like, Bumble, but you've done ones that are harder to keep track of. The thing with Abel's, it's like, sometimes the dialogue seemed like it was repeating, and sometimes you have to go to multiple ones for like multiple conversations, but that's not really consistent. Okay, there's 2 reasons I don't like Abel. The first is you're supposed to pair him up with Dasha, and I think it's the only pair where it's like if you don't pair them together, the game punishes you for it, in that you get the love ending with them and the realization stuff, and they're described as still being sad, but it's not like a sadness that pops up in the route. Like when you're doing their routes, it's fine or whatever, and it's their own storylines, but as soon as you like get an ending with them and then you do the credits and whatever, it's suddenly just like, oh, they kind of seem a little sad, or they sigh, and you ask them what's up and they're like, oh, don't worry about it or whatever. And the fact that it lingers into their realization, I think eventually they end up, or at least Dasha ends up getting over it in the credits. But just the fact that that's there, like they're pining for each other so bad. But if it was something that was like in the background of their routes, of like they desperately want each other, I mean, you're the one that suggests like, oh, if you want to, hey, what about this person? And they're both really shy about it and whatever. But if it was like the Washford and Drysdale thing, I would totally understand it. But the fact that it's just kind of introduced of them being like sad, you didn't really get a happy ending with them because you didn't pair them up together, and you're just kind of surprised with it. I don't really like that at all. What else? Abel, I just find kind of annoying as a character because this whole thing is trying to hide his own issues in that he wants to help other people. I think Beverly even describes him as the party dad during one of his conversations. Like, I like part of his personality in that he, he's always looking out for the other people. He's someone you can, like, rely on. He's, like, a very cheerful guy about things. I like when he talks about the reality show that he watches. And I make, maybe just because he's old-fashioned, it kind of, something about that just kind of bothers me too. I don't know. Sometimes it's kind of charming and sometimes it's just like a little cringe. I do like the concept of you get to date a cowboy. That's pretty cool. I like his musical theme too. I think it's kind of nice. Like, there's some aspects of him I do actually kind of like. Like, he seems like someone you'd be able to trust and whatever. My problem is just the way he interacts and treats others and what he says about them when they're not around just really rubs me the wrong way, because there's several times where he ends up in trouble on his route. Actually, bad things keep happening to him throughout his route, and I find it funny. Like, he ends up breaking a leg at one point. There's another one where there's a leak in the ceiling and the water ends up on him. There's another one where he gets covered in bubblegum flavored lube. So all this bad stuff keeps happening, and I get it. It's probably kind of, at least with the lube thing especially, it's probably kind of awkward. I think there's only like one of those where he actually like willingly accepts your help or whatever, and he says like, oh, I'm glad at least it was you here. But in every one of those situations, it's caused by someone else, or you have to bring in someone else to help, and he desperately does not want their help. But it's a situation where like he can't solve it by himself. And he's just awkward about the whole thing. It's not really like an embarrassment of like, oh, this person has to help me. It's that he doesn't, I don't think he thanks them, or I don't remember. Or he gets really whiny about the way he needs help, but then doesn't want other people's help. Like, he makes fun of Benoit for being like a free spirit or something. The way he just spells out the word sex too is kind of like, dude, you're a grown man, chill. Or like Fantina and River come to clean him and he's kind of weird about it or whatever. Or like the part when Celia's freaking out because she's leaking, and I feel like that makes sense. Like, she's leaking, she describes herself as waterlogged, like that's a serious thing. And then she demands, I think, for like Tony or something to fix her or whatever, and Abel says something like, oh, that's cool, the mayor got fixed, she was able to do that with her mayor power, but what about me or whatever. And it's just, I don't know, it just comes off as kind of immature and annoying of like, and then you could try to ask him about stuff with himself and he refuses. He only wants to talk about his friends, and even his love ending thing is kind of weird. Like, once you get the romance dialogue after talking to him again, then he sounds like he's interested in you or whatever, but when you initially get it, it's kind of weird. Like, with most of the other characters, even the ones that are kind of mean, they do give you some kind of confession of like they have feelings for you, and it's supposed to be kind of sweet. And with Abel, especially because you have to put so much work into it, it's annoying where you can be like, oh, but what about us or something, and he says oh or whatever, and he's like realizes you're trying to romance you, and he treats it as like a, I'm doing this for you, I'm not really interested in you, we're just gonna get this over with. Like, he says I love you or whatever, and he's like, oh, okay, well that's done now, whatever, and then you leave, and it's like very abrupt, and it doesn't sound like he actually likes you. And it's like you put in all this time to like help him with all these other situations and talking to him and whatever, and just going around tracking all the tables in the house, that is just kind of like, dude. So I don't know, he just, like, he has some positive traits, but it just kind of rubs, like, and I can see why you're supposed to pair him with Dasha and stuff, and that they would probably work well together, they're both kind of like old-fashioned in their own way. Like, you can ask Dasha of like, hey, go tell him you like him, and she's like, no, he has to come to me or whatever. And it makes it hard too, because I love Dasha and I hate Abel, and I refused both playthroughs to put them together. Even though it messed me up with the achievement, I didn't care. So yeah, I don't really like Abel. But I think the concept of a table is cool, and his design is kind of fun, like his cowboy hat having the plant on top of it and stuff, and his realization outfit also still being kind of like cowboy is kind of fun. Okay, next is Jeremy. That is someone that oh wait, no, the realization thing, huh? Yeah, Abel ends up becoming a gardener. I feel like that fits. Okay. Jeremy, she's an actress. I like the concept of her being a chair, and chairs are used for all kinds of things, and there's so many different chairs, so she ends up having all these jobs, but it fits with her storyline of like wanting to be an actress, or like being an actress really. And I just think it's a fun concept in that hers is like a gimmick route of you do all these plays, you don't really get to talk to her, but then she becomes more comfortable with you anyway, of like, oh, you could be like a little more risky in these plays or whatever. I'm genuinely sad that you can only do like 3 of the plays and you can't do the others, because I think the plays are really creative and fun, and the fact that she has one for like almost all the days of the week, I think that would be so cool if you could like continue to do them after romancing her. I don't care if it has like, oh, you finished the route dialogue or not, but just getting to do them is really fun. I really like her character design. She kind of reminds me of like the model Twiggy a little bit. I really like her like pixie cut. She does kind of give me like fairy vibes a little bit. Hold on, now I have to pull up a picture of Jeremy on my phone. Give me a second, please. Where is she? Oh, there it is. Also, the fact that she shares a name with her actress, but it's a chair pun. I find that kind of funny. Yeah, Jeremy, I have mixed thoughts on her outfits. I hate her. I hate both of her outfits, actually. I like her makeup and her hair and stuff. I like the green patterns and that she gets different outfits for her plays. I like the concept of her shoes kind of looking like Mary Jane's with the little bobby socks and stuff. I don't like the full-on chairs in her patterns. I like the idea of the skirt, the big skirt with the top. I hate the little chair thing that goes on her head. Like, as a fashion thing, what is it supposed to be? And I really don't like the, like, rolly chair thing that sticks out. It just the whole thing screams chair, but like a little too much. And then her realization outfit has this really weird, oh, hold on, as I'm scrolling through gallery, they actually have some of the concept art here. That's kind of fun. So she was always supposed to have like the pixie cut, so she wouldn't have been blonde. Interesting. Wish I could see the concept art more for this game. That's the reason I wanted to buy the DLC. Some of it's on TikTok. That's how I found the TikToks in the first place. I was like, okay, I want to see what the concept art is, and I have opinions on some of the concept art. Anyway, her realization outfit has this weird collar around the neck that I don't really like, and I still don't. It looks very casual as an outfit of like just these like leggings and this like top or whatever. I don't know, for someone that's like an actress and having all these costumes, I thought she'd be like a little more fashionable. But as a character, she's fun. I like that she's an actress who's kind of like, okay, you have to do these plays with me, but she's very confident about like making it casual, and it's supposed to be fun, and asking about like your comfort level with things and her comfort level and respecting that and having boundaries, and I like that. I respect that a lot. And the plays themselves are really fun. She has some fun dialogue, and I like the one about the fairy There's a murder mystery one where she plays an old lady. I don't remember the sci-fi one at all. There's the Wedding Wednesdays, which is kind of cute. I like her costumes more than her like default outfit anyway. I like the musical one because it's based on Heathers, but it's called Pleathers, and you have to play the mean girl and she plays the nerd, and if you go the romance route you can give them a romantic duet, and it's like the one time someone, I think, one of the times that someone sings that's not a full-on like song, but I wish it was a song because she sings really well. Wonder if it wouldn't be something on the soundtrack because it wouldn't technically probably count as a song, but I like that musicals are in there too. And let's see what else. I just think she's a fun character. I like that. I find it funny, like most of the objects except for like Scandelabra, when it comes to the romance stuff or whatever, they're fine with you interacting with them as like their human forms, even though like you're not making out with your literal furniture and having sex with them. I feel like it's some kind of like astral projection thing with like a ghost, but like you both feel it, you know? And Scandelabra has this whole thing of like you have to kiss him in like a really weird way, and Cherami's thing is she wants you to sit on her face, but I guess it makes sense because she's a chair. You sit on chairs, and there's a comment on her little photo with the realization of like you'll never see sitting in chairs normally ever again. That's such a weird thing, but it's like kind of funny, but it makes sense as an object, and it's one of the romance interaction things you could do with her. So you just sit on her and she's so happy about it. Her calling her lover is cute. Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. Okay, I mentioned at some point I was like, this game romantically has made me feel more open about things or whatever. It's kind of interesting. You also kind of find your tastes. I'm gonna go on a ramble here about like the kind of people you want to romance, or at least I did through this game. Okay, I'll try to make this quick. Because I mentioned about poly couples and stuff, or like poly relationships, and I thought that actually sounds kind of fun, because I feel like that's IRL. That's not something I hear about a lot in like my day-to-day life or whatever. But what else? The type of people to dates, I already knew I kind of have types. Like I'm someone that's bi-romantic. That hasn't really changed. Like I don't have an interest in sexual stuff. I picked the sex options in this game though because I thought I wanted to see what the dialogue was, and some of it is kind of sweet and some of it is kind of funny, and just the whole concept of like you realize characters and they immediately want to fuck you. I imagine because maybe they didn't have genitals as like objects, or maybe it's because they don't have physical bodies, but the fact that they're all kind of horny in the romance route of like a lot of them are described as like they give you a devilish smile and then it's like the best fucking sex of your life or whatever is just so funny to me as a concept, especially for the ones where you don't get to do romance in their route and they're so excited when they become human and they're like finally. Anyway, Jeremy kind of fits in with the other thing I want to say. For the more like I'm not going to divide this by like gender or anything. I like people that are genuinely just really nice, but I also like people that are very peppy. I'm someone that's very peppy. I know I don't come off across it because I sound kind of dead when I record, but IRL I'm like very perky and peppy, and I like people that can match my energy with that. I'm also still a bit of an introvert, but I'm naturally kind of just cheerful a lot of the time and peppy, and I'm kind of attracted to that with people. So a lot of the really like kind of very positive characters, but not to the point where they have so much energy I get scared, are the ones I really, really liked a lot. Like Dunk's an example of that, of just having like a positive attitude. Barry is someone I absolutely adore. A lot of the female characters, like Cherami's one of them, that's like just kind of peppy and fun, or like Holly's kind of the same way as well, where they're just like really nice too, were ones that I really, really liked a lot. Also, I mentioned her calling you lover. I I realized through this game I have a soft spot for pet names. I did not know that, actually. I mean, I kind of did a little bit just because I listen to ASMR, and it's kind of weird with that. Like, sometimes when you hear a lot and there's like darlings, that's always one that I've liked. Or like, I'm non-binary and stuff, but I still have a soft spot, like, or it makes me feel a little bit of something of being called a good girl. I think it's only because of ASMR and only in like a romantic context. Anyway, oh, that was the other thing that was nice from this game. You get to pick your pronouns, because I do go by like they, them pronouns and stuff. And it was nice having, I haven't really talked to people that know that and use my pronouns and stuff, because I'm not in school anymore. I'm been kind of isolated in my house. So this game hits a bit harder than it needs to, of like being unemployed and being in your house is like the actual situation I'm going through right now, this whole summer, especially because I like just graduated as well. But yeah, so having this game where like people get to use the right pronouns and stuff, it feels really validating, feels really nice. Almost makes me wish I put in my actual name, but it's not like your name ever gets pronounced in this game anyway. One of the devs calls you douchebag as a placeholder. But the pet name things, yeah, I like how Jeremy calls you lover. I ended up going on Reddit and finding a whole list where someone actually kept track of all the pet names. Some of them are kind of really sweet. I'm just gonna bounce around on that really quick. Hold on, let me actually pull that up. Okay, I'm gonna take I should have talked about some of the stuff like the pet names or the physical interactions you have with objects in the real world and my general thoughts, but I'm gonna forget about that, so I'm just gonna do that now. I'll keep relating it to the Jeremy thing or whatever, so I can get this to fit. I like that some of the characters have like generic romantic things they call you. I like Jeremy calling you lover. I like my love, darling. Darling was one that I realized I really liked. I hated being called baby, but I think I've always hated that one. Or like the ones where it's like too flirty, like being called gorgeous was kind of weird. I think the friar calls you my beloved. That was cool. Someone does call you honey at some point. I like the ones, even though they don't make me like, oh wait, no, Gaia calls you Trout or my angel or something. I like Kopi's, the way she sounds so perky, and she says hi love and calls you her special little brew. I like the ones that like relate to what objects they are. I just think they're fun as nicknames. Like, a lot of them are like puns and stuff. I love the Hanks calling us house homie, to the point where I think about that now every time I see a hanger. I think the ones that are used most often are Shadow Lord or Skips calling you Penumbra, or like what is it? Eddie and Volt called you Live Wire, which I don't know why I felt confused about that at first. I'm like, oh, duh, they're electricity and stuff. So that one gets used a lot. Even though I don't view those as romantic, I like that we get assigned a special little nickname by someone anyway. And sometimes that's the only thing they refer to you as, where they don't refer you by name, like Maggie calling you Gumshoe, Ranger, the Resident. I like Cam calling you Chuckles. It's kind of funny. Or that you can convince Memoria to call you Pickles. Freddie calling you Cool Kid, I think, is one of my favorites as well. Parker's, I think, is the funniest to me. Someone made an entire list of just the ones that he calls you. fucking cheater, I think. No, because he has a line that says you're a filthy fucking cheater, and it's not really like a nickname thing, but it's hilarious. But yeah, I like Jeremy's. I like I don't remember what the other thing I was gonna say. That's okay. You get my point. I like her. She's a fun character. I like her concept of doing the plays and stuff. Okay, we need to move on. Like, she's not one of my favorites, but she's one that I look back on fondly. Oh, and then you can talk to her on the days when you don't do plays, and that's also kind of fun. There's one where she's on vocal rest and she actually sounds like kind of whispery and stuff. Or you can talk to her when she's at her jobs, and you can find out about the people she works for, which I think is kind of interesting. Or at least there was one where Eddie showed up mid-conversation where I guess she was working at the breaker box, and I was kind of glad because I thought, oh, he's finally getting some help and it's not just him and it doesn't have to be us all the time. Okay, so then Lux is the next one. Lux is a character that I didn't like originally because I'm sorry, they go by they, them pronouns. I'm gonna try to get all the pronouns correct, but if I slip on accident, sorry about that. Lux is someone that I didn't like on my first playthrough because I thought, like, oh, they're supposed to be this, like, very shallow influencer character, or influencer, I think is the word, I can't get it right. But then the second, and they don't really have a route. I already said it earlier, I wish their route was kind of like Phoenicia's, of like, what is being a person that's on social media all the time actually like. But I think Lux is supposed to be kind of like a joke route kind of vibe where there is no character development. Like, if you go in the romance thing, the whole route is basically they keep breaking up with you, and if you have high enough stats, you can convince them to get you guys back together. And then at the end, I think you can tell them that you can stay together or whatever. I mean, they do call you, like, lover if you get the romance thing, and sounds kind of friendly, of like, hey lover, want to sit and scroll with me? And I have that line memorized because it's such a short conversation. I used it as a way to pass time all the time. But I don't really find Lux annoying anymore. I just find them really funny in the fact that they don't really take anything seriously or whatever. I still kind of hate their first conversation, but they're just kind of like a whatever character that just makes me laugh now. But I know there's some... Actually, I don't remember how people feel about Lux. They're very much a, like, you love them or hate them character, and I'm the neutral road of I just find them kind of funny. Not hilarious where I want to keep talking to them, but they're funny. And it's kind of interesting because, like, okay, I think I mentioned it at one point. I don't really know anything about, like, the voice actors. I mean, there's like a couple I recognize or whatever. Okay, there's a YouTuber I watch. I'm gonna go on a ramble here, named Blake Jennings, and that was before I played the game, but he's not what got me into the game. But I did start watching the tier list videos, and he has which I have to go back to those now that I finished the game. I'm curious. I like hearing other people's opinions about the characters and stuff and their playthroughs and whatever. He gets Lux's VA, I don't remember what their name is, onto one of the videos at one point, and it's kind of funny because I swear that the actor and the character, like, look identical. It's crazy. And it's kind of cool. It throws me off a little bit. And it's one of those things where it's like the character's mean, but the voice actor's really nice. Seems like a really nice person. And it's just funny I was thinking about that as I was doing the route. So that's the one time I've specifically gotten to, like, see one of the actors or, like, try to find them on some... I mean, I didn't try to find them, but it was that they popped up in the video, you know. But, like, seeing what someone's like after playing through their character's route or whatever, and that's the only one that it's like that in this case. But yeah, Lux is kind of a funny character that doesn't really have a character arc or development or a route or really anything. They kind of do truly feel like a joke character, but I don't mind because they're funny, and I like the concept of light. I feel like light itself, you can interpret that in a lot of different ways. I feel like it could have even gone the way of like Friar Errol's route almost. But just the idea of being light and thinking you're better than other people and just deciding to be an influencer. I think it works with the concept of light. I find it kind of cool but kind of funny. The character design wise, I forgot to do that. Where's your picture on here, buddy? No, that's Jeremy. I like how the game comments on it too. The narrator is hot for a lot of characters. Oh my gosh, I forgot to talk about the narrator. That's okay. Like the narrator describes Lux as looking like an angel until they open their mouth, and that is so accurate. Because I thought the same way. I don't like Lux's Lux is like a very pretty character, and I was excited. I don't like their outfit. I like the ring being a little light bulb. I think that's cool. I adore the concept of like those influencer like little light rings that people use all the time now, and having that for your influencer character. I even like their pose a lot too, of like the way they hold up the light and having the finger out like they're gonna talk to people. Just the concept of having these like glowing rings of light is so cool, but also the fact that they have one behind their head to make them look angelic, but it also fits with the influencer thing is so cool. I like the concept of a lampshade being used as light, and I like the light bulbs in their design. I don't really like the top completely. I think it looks kind of weird. I just finally noticed that the pants have little light switches on them, or the shorts or whatever. Oh my god, those shoes. I've never seen them before, but I have to talk about them. Okay. I hate the sleeves being giant light bulbs. I think they look kind of weird. I don't really like the straps with the lights around the stomach either. I do like that the outfit literally glows. The pants or the shorts are whatever. And then there's these like leg braces, which I think are really creative because it's like the Pixar light, whatever that type of lamp is called. So it fits with the light thing, but it also is braces. I think they are supposed to be like braces because they stay on during the realization thing, so that's cool. Oh my gosh, these shoes are easily the best part of this outfit though. Yeah, the rings are really cool too though. The shoes are boots, which are cool. I have a soft spot for boot designs. They have little they literally glow little light bulbs on them, and then these little dots that are also lights. The freaking spring, the heeled part of the shoe that looks like a spring, is so cool because it's one of those specific light bulbs, the twisty ones. And that's the heel, and then the bottom of the shoe glows, and the shoes are silver. These are some of my favorite shoes I've ever seen in the game, and it's a tragedy because I don't like the rest of the outfit. I want those fucking shoes. Anyway, the realization outfit is cool too. I don't remember what it looks like. I have to look in the ending art really quick. Is this in alphabetical order? Yes, it is. Yay. Where the heck are you? Oh, okay, interesting. I picked the interesting thing for the candle guy. Oh, okay. Lux's outfit, it doesn't show up in the realization thing, is like this little crop top sweater thing of a cat face with light bulbs. I think it's really cute. I don't have the image. I don't, because the sprite gallery just does not show it to me on this wiki. Yeah. So Lux's route is whatever, but their character design is cool with the light thing, and then their ending is that they send you messages about stuff, inviting you to things. And I love how the narrator, in like a very kind of sort of way, is just like, this is what loving Lux is like. I also do think it's interesting that Lux is found everywhere in the house, like any light switch or lamp or whatever, and doesn't have outfit changes or anything, or between different forms of light. Like, I feel like a lamp and a light on your wall would look very different, but the concept of light is cool, but the character's kind of just whatever. But I love the halo thing, and I love the shoes so much. Okay, Hector. Hector's one of my favorites. Hector's whole thing is kind of like Skip's, of like wanting to be accepted for themselves, but being really nervous about it, so they kind of put up a front, and then you end up discovering who they are anyway, and it's up to you to accept them or not. But Hector's thing is all about acceptance, which is interesting. I don't get why he's embarrassed of himself, though, because you see his whole body like as an object in the attic and stuff, but it doesn't look that bad. It's just like, okay, this is a mechanical appliance. I think it is a little bit rusty. I think, actually, if I remember correctly, it's that he doesn't think he's good enough for you or something, so he doesn't want to reveal himself. Let me see if I have notes on him really quickly, because we're already at 14, which is good. Nope, I do not have him written down, unfortunately. Damn. The only ones I have written down, actually, are the ones that I did as, like, my final, like, 15 realizations or whatever. Anyway, Hector, his dialogue, I've heard people describe it as like Wattpad dialogue, which is probably true, so I feel embarrassed to admit this. It's the voice, the line delivery, and the dialogue that won me over for this character. I felt swooned. I don't know, I realized with characters like Hector and Amir, they have very flirty dialogue in the sense of like how they talk about how they love you. With Hector's, it does feel a little obsessive, not the same way as Fantina. I hear a lot of people like kind of try to put them in the same category. I don't view them that way, but I'll talk about it more with No, because like Fantina's is like stalker behavior of having a shine towards you and having the false idea of you in her head, and then her route is about trying to actually get to know you if you play it right. And then Hector's is more of like hiding himself and not feeling worthy of your love. It's kind of in more of a submissive way, but it doesn't feel like a stalker thing. Like, I know he's in the vents and everything, which I'm imagining because you see his eyes and you're wearing the glasses, he's shoved his entire body in the vent. But like, dude is the vents. He can't move. I feel like that's kind of the point. Like, he kind of has to watch you. I mean, okay, the other objects are in the rooms too and stuff, like Dorian's in every room and whatever, as an example. And they're not all obsessed with you in that way. But I mean, Hector is literally the vents. The vents are there. I love both forms and everything. I am a little honest though. His voice changes just a little when you whenever you interact with him in like his actual form and stuff, and it's a little bit disappointing. Maybe it's like a voice he puts on to flirt with you with the greats, because the greats, besides him sounding really confident with the vents and stuff, he sounds kind of hotter, if I'm honest. There's nothing wrong with his voice or anything about him in the attic though. And I do think he's cute, and I do like his I like the design of both the forms. Okay, I'll talk about the one in the attic first. It kind of reminds me of a robot design of like the tubes. I can picture it vaguely in my head. I have to pull up the imagery again. I guess we're doing that. Is it going to show me what he looks like? No, it's only going to show the form for the grate. Awesome. That's not what I wanted. Oh, wow, this wiggy's kind of an... Oh, wait, no. It's under a different category. That's why. Oh, I'm stupid with the sprite gallery. They have the realization in a separate thing, and I didn't notice. Okay. He has these, like, tube things as his sleeves that remind me of, like, old-fashioned robots, the arms. I like the doors to the mechanism being, like, the thing on his chest. I've seen some fan art that's kind of cute, actually, of someone showing it of, like, the vent thing, shirt thing, the handles pulled and open, and it's a heart underneath. The pants are actually kind of cool. They feel kind of like techie almost, of having the pipes and the vents being like pockets. And then he has sandals. I feel surprised by the sandals. These images are really shitty quality on some of this stuff, except for on the main article thing, so I can't see the sandals very well. But I like the outfit. It kind of reminds me of like robots and stuff. I think he's cute. I don't know what he's worried about feeling like he's not worthy of us. I love the sprite of the vent. I think that's cool. Just the way it's drawn of like, it probably also comes out creepy to some people, but to me, I think it's kind of fun. Not that I want to be like watched in the dark by someone in my vents in real life or anything. That sounds really scary. But just the eyes, and they're so expressive too. And you can really tell because, like, it's surrounded by darkness, and then the way the hands come out. Like, that's all you're getting out of this character is just body language through the hands and the expression of the eyes. But there's so many different, like, poses and everything. I think that's cool. I like the one where it's air that comes out that's shaped like little hearts and stuff. And just the idea of... I like him for who he is and stuff, but just the grates are so... interesting to me, of just this person that watches you, that's kind of like mysterious and is yearning for you and whatever. I like it personally. I'm into it, but that's just me. But the art for both is cool. Like, I remember I met him for the first time and I'm like, whoa, this person is like sweet talking me and I don't know who they are in this event. He does introduce himself, so you kind of know what object he is. I didn't realize it immediately, though. Like, I forgot he was an object as I was talking to him. And my first playthrough, especially because he said, like, I don't want you to see me and whatever. I didn't realize he was the vents, too. I genuinely thought there was, like, a human person that lived in our vents in this game, and I was fine with it. I was completely cool with it. But he's a very sweet character and stuff. Like, I'm not into all of his dialogue. Like, he does describe about it finding joy and fulfilling his purpose, about keeping you cool, keeping you warm. Actually, no, that was kind of nice, of like how the air blasts you and whatever. I think I heard somewhere he writes fan fiction about you, but I didn't get that dialogue to pop up. Like, sometimes it feels like a little too much yearning, a little bit, of like how wonderful we are, but a lot of it feels very sweet. And then when you accept him, it's a really wholesome cutscene as well. He's so happy about it, and he's like, the dreams of a vent finally realized and whatever. I just find him as a very sweet character. I find him kind of comforting to talk to, in a sense. And his theme music is so beautiful. I really like piano themes, actually. It had a really interesting name too. I can't remember. I think it's like Venting Frustrations or something. And then his realized design is also cool. I love the metal looking jacket and the shirt being all of these pipes. I love his whole outfit, actually. He keeps Oh, he keeps the sandals. That's cool. I think they're the exact same sandals, but I like the jacket a lot. It's like very shiny. It's like this big metal jacket. And the shirt with the with the pipes actually works. And then there's these like sort of, can't tell if they're tears in the jeans or whatever. It's like I like the outfits like this that are, they're still object related, but they look like they can pass as normal outfits or something, you know. But yeah, I like him a lot. I was kind of surprised he was one of the characters that was really popular. He seems like he's kind of mixed of people either love him or they find him really creepy. I thought, I didn't think anything of it when I was playing through the games of like what people would think of him and stuff. But yeah, I also like when you're on Keyes' route, Hector is one of the people you have to talk to. And he doesn't like that she's kind of mean and whatever, like he does call her out on it. I think they all kind of do except for Lux. But yeah, he's one of my favorites. Okay, Prissy is another one of my favorites. Prissy's one of those characters I feel like if she was real, I'd love to date her. I know Sam's one of the ones I feel that way about as well. And there's like another character, I can't remember who it is right now. But Prissy's great. Prissy's whole thing is that she's a fake plant that wants to be a real plant. And it's interesting to me how you can tell her how it's like kind of silly or you can believe in her. I think it's the power of love that brings her to life. I actually do like that she does become a real plant at the end. I was half expecting the route to end as like she didn't get to become real, but like that's okay, you believed in her anyway, because you keep trying different things to get it to work. I love how she's kind of like Barry, where you can get them on a tangent about something and you end up just talking about other things. Her design's really cool. I love her pony. It's like a lot going on, like it's very colorful, but I think it's so cool. I loved her normal outfit and her realization outfit so much. I think she's so pretty. I like her ponytail being made out of different types of leaves, and she has a little sunflower in her hair. I adore how she has all of these little flowers braided into things. Like she has flowers around her hair. The little plastic animals are so goofy. I love the pose where she has the little bird on her finger. Prissy, like, maybe it's just how her voice sounds very sweet and how she's a very honest person or whatever, gives me like Disney princess vibes of like the older Disney princesses. Almost makes me think of like Snow White, just this like kind of innocence and cheerfulness and stuff, and maybe just that one sprite with the bird. I don't know, it's so cute. And then she has this little vest that's like kind of looks like it's made of terracotta, like a older plant pot or something, and it has these little flowers on it. And then I don't think she wears a shirt. I think she's literally I never noticed that she's just full on like shirtless or something, but she's covered in these vines, which I think is kind of cool. I like her little blue nails. There's so many characters that have painted nails. I like the flowers that are in her vest. The one thing I don't really like, I mean, I like it as a concept of her skirt being a plant pot, like she's growing out of it like a plant. I think it would be kind of cool because some of the characters don't have legs, like Lyric doesn't have legs. If she didn't have legs, especially because she's like a fake plant pot, like she's stuck in that attic dude. If she didn't have feet and she just came out of the pot or something, or if it was like kind of like a mermaid design of like, I mean, I guess Lyrics is like that too now that I think about it, of like sprouting out of this pot or whatever. That would be kind of cool. But the pot is a skirt. I like the design of like the pattern on the skirt, but I think it's shaped kind of weird. I get it's supposed to be round and it's a pot, but like as a skirt it's kind of weird. I want her boots so badly though, because they're also made out of they're like these bright blue, like kind of high heeled boots. I love high-heeled boots, actually. I miss my go-go boots is the thing, and I'm struggling with that. And they have little flowers on them. I would wear those in a heartbeat. Oh my gosh. Okay, I need to talk about the realization outfit too. I promise I have like actual things to say about this character, and it's not just that I love her fashion choices and I think she's beautiful. Let me go to the realization thing. Her outfit's really cool. Her hair looks so like vibrant. It's like super bright green and the curls and everything, and she has flowers all over, and she has I'm a little sad. Her boots stay the same, which is awesome. They are so cool, but they don't have the flowers on them anymore. Instead, she has this dress and it's covered by these flowers. She has like less flowers, but the flowers are like strategically placed. And I like her realization outfit more than her regular one. I really like the hair, how it's like actual hair, and then the flowers in. You know what? I know she's supposed to be plants and like, oh gosh, what is her name? Sorry if I mispronounce it. The Earth Goddess. I tried to write it how it was said, but it was like how the narrator was saying it. So sorry if I don't end up referring to her by name. I feel like I'm gonna constantly butcher it. But the geode, I'm gonna refer to her as the geode lady. She's supposed to be a geode, so she's rocks and crystals and stuff. But the fact that she's specifically like referred to as an earth goddess, this like immortal earth goddess, and just her perception on humanity, I kind of half expected her to have a design like Prissy's, of like, it makes me think Mother Earth and stuff, but I do like that they're separate. I think Prissy's design for plants is so cool, honestly. But yeah, I love her personality. I already said like Disney princess vibe, and how she wants to be a real plant so badly, and she isn't actually sad when it doesn't work or anything. She's like, okay, we can keep trying and stuff. And I just think that's so cool. Like, if I met a fake plant, I'd probably be sad of like, or I mean, it's probably good she's a fake plant and not a real plant, not just because of like objects or whatever, but imagine if she was a real plant and you just never watered her. I actually like that one of her little interactions, that's what I forgot to talk about, the interactions, is that you get to water her with a watering pot, except my watering pot got glitched where it just stayed floating in air for the rest of the game until I watered her again. I think that's cool. There's a line she says in the overworld where she says like, I love you truly, and it's said so sincerely. It's cute. And I like that her conversations around the house after you realize her are her commenting on her different rooms and stuff. And I love she's one of the characters that actually decorates the house. Like, as soon as you realize her, there are so many plants in your house. It's not only really sweet for her storyline of she gets to be everywhere and not just stuck in the attic, but it makes the house so pretty and feel so more alive, of literally having this like actual life everywhere. You know, I'm surprised she wasn't treated as like a goddess type character too, in a sense. I mean, I know she's a fake plant, but like once she becomes a real plant, she is, I'm assuming, the spirit of plants everywhere. Like, that's insane. If I look outside my window, there are so many trees that I can see, but that's mostly because there's a part of my neighborhood that just has a bunch of trees everywhere in like one section, where the like coyotes and stuff live. But that's crazy. I feel like that deserves respect too, but it's kind of sad the others make fun of her for being a fake plant and stuff. But she's so cheerful and fun, and I loved interacting and talking with her. She's one of my favorite characters. And then with her realization thing, I like that she takes the time to say goodbye to the objects around her. Like, maybe that means she took the time to get to know them and wanted to say bye to all of them. And then she ends up becoming like a national parks guide. And then in the end, she ends up studying mushrooms. And I think it's kind of funny that we end up getting to do like psychedelic mushrooms with her when she visits. But there's the fact that she has like her head in the clouds a lot, not just with the dreaming thing, but she can be easily distracted, not just with Barry. I feel like she'd be someone that would be fun to do mushrooms or like to do like psychedelics with. Or like if you smoke weed in the game, I thought about that once, because like someone wrote, if you had gummies in the house, would it just be Mitchell? Would he just be green and would he be high? And I thought about that, of like if you smoked weed because it's like a plant, is it, and you use the glasses, is it just Prissy? Is she just smoking a blunt? I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, I feel like there's not a lot I can say about her, even though I cared about her so much. She's really fun. I always believed in her becoming a real plant, even in the first playthrough where I wasn't sure if she was actually going to get turned into a real plant. I thought, I don't want to crush her dreams. Maybe she's onto something, you know, but she's one of my favorites. She's one of the ones, even though there's characters I have favorites of and there's characters that I find hot or I genuinely fell in love with or whatever, there's only like a couple like Prissy that I feel like I would actually I could actually date in real life and we'd be all good and stuff. I feel like that's a whole tier list I could make, but this is easier for me to do. Okay, Timothy is really interesting in that, okay, no, we're gonna get the design talk out of the way first. Where's the cat? I'm saying that to myself actually. I think it's interesting. Some of the characters have last names and some of them don't. I don't get how that works. And some of them go by nicknames and you don't even find out their name unless you ask. Like, I find it kind of funny with Eddie's. I'll get to that when I talk about Eddie's. But yeah, no, Timothy is just straight up introduced as Timothy Timepiece, or like Skylar's introduced as Skylar Specs. But I guess that's that way so that the object still gets to be part of their name. I love his design. It's kind of funny when I and I don't mean this in like a mean way or anything. I was just thinking based on I don't know what I was thinking actually. When I saw some of the character art and whatever before I started the game, I saw one of the promotional images where it was the characters, some of them sitting down in some, or maybe it was the trailer, I don't remember. I remember seeing Timothy for the first time, and it was before playing the demo, and I thought, Butler, I thought Butler Twink, and I was like, yeah, this is probably one of the only characters I'm going to play in the game. My evolution, how I view Timothy, is kind of interesting to me. So, yeah, I was interested in him immediately, and then I went to go find him immediately when I started the demo, and then I talked to him, and I couldn't stand him. Not just the schedule thing, I thought it was annoying, but just the fact that he was so focused on timeliness just annoyed the shit out of him, or me, and I wanted to bully him. I didn't want a hate ending immediately. I didn't really want hate endings with anyone, but there's a couple characters I would have been fine getting hate endings with. I wanted to bully him. I purposely picked the objects where you make the options where you make fun of him. And then it's funny because I actually started to like him over his route, and I thought, oh, you know what? Maybe we could be friends. I don't know. What won me over and made me want to romance him was specifically the scene when it's like late at night, because you meet him at like different times of day. You show up and he's cleaning his watch collection or whatever, and he has this conversation with you about how watches are kind of like, you have to treat them gently and whatever, and it's supposed to be a thing about like how you treat hearts and how you treat other people and that they're fragile. And I thought that was a really cool perspective actually, and you can even, I think, acknowledge that to him as well. And I think that matches really well with his realization dialogue too, like it kind of ties it together, kind of goes back to that point. And there's a part, I don't know why the hell it got me, where you're cleaning with him and the narrator describes it like you look into each other's eyes or whatever, and you both kind of stare at each other for a minute, and he has this pose I really like, I think is interesting because the other characters don't physically do it, I think, where when normally he's standing up and he's talking to you and whatever, but he has this one pose of like where he kind of leans forward just a little bit and just kind of stares at you. I like it for some reason, but no, that's what won me over. And then I wanted to romance him, but because I'd been mean to him earlier, he friend-zoned me, and I was actually a little sad. And part of the reason I started a second playthrough was because I specifically wanted to romance him. Also for another reason I'll talk about. Mitchell was actually the same exact way. I'm not even kidding. Of like, he started out snobby in the first interaction, and I had no food knowledge and I didn't like it. And then he grew on me, and then I fell in love with him, and I got friend zoned, and I got really sad, actually. I didn't want to get friend zoned by my food. I'll talk about that later, though. But yeah, the cat won me over, like, opinion-wise. It literally went from enemies to lovers. Enemies to friends to lovers, or more like enemies to lovers, in terms of my opinion. I didn't think that was going to be possible with this game. And then it was also because he gets angry at you if you show up not at a specific time. But there's a reason for that, actually. I think, okay, he has an alternate personality, which I find really interesting. And just the way it's played, I like both the personalities, and because of the message behind the existence of one of them, I think it feels like a missed opportunity to not make them into one person, and the fact that you have to choose between them. And if you choose one, you don't get, even if you're on the route and you keep talking to one of them, the other one is like deleted out of existence. It's crazy, because like with Timothy and his route, you don't even know there's an alter ego unless you show up at the wrong time. Like, it is never addressed in dialogue or in the ending or everything. From your perspective, you're just dating the funky little clock man, and he falls in love with you, and that's it. And if you show up at the wrong time, which I had to do in my other playthrough, but I didn't finish it. I kind of just did the route, and that was it. And I regret that, because I want to know what Timmy's realization outfit and job becomes. I have no idea what it is. But with Timmy, the existence of Timmy is interesting, and I feel like Timothy already had a fun route, or not fun, but like I liked the story of like, you help him, he gives you lessons about timeliness as dating advice. But then I mentioned about the heart thing, right? The heart clock thing. I think he's kind of trying to show you of how to romance him, and I think that's kind of sweet. And then you get an ending with him and whatever. And then Timmy's thing is you show up at the wrong time. Like, the reason Timothy's so insistent is just you know what? No, I want to talk about love dialogue. I lied. The Timothy love dialogue is really sweet, I think. He becomes nicer. He actually becomes really sweet. He's like a little gentleman. Where he says about how he won't be as obsessed of time for your sake. Like, it's still important to him. But I like how he has a line about like, oh, so you'll make time for our date later, and that's kind of cute. His realization part is also interesting, your little like romantic scene together. There are so many of them that are sexy times, and that's fine, and sometimes they're kind of funny. I like the ones where you have a little heartfelt moment with someone in another physical action. Like, sometimes you get a hug, sometimes you get kissed or whatever. There's a couple that stand out to me, like Skip's for example, and Zoe's, that just were so much more meaningful to me. Timothy's I really like because he says something about being, oh, I'm human now, and he makes these comparisons about clocks ticking, and it's a funky little line, but it's stuck in my head, where he says like the lub dub 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 of a human heart or whatever, and he does this thing where he places your hand on his heart, and you can feel the heartbeat or whatever, and it gets warmer when your hand's there, and he puts his hand over yours, and sounds really just vulnerable during that section, and doesn't really have as much of the like funky cat accent, I noticed, which is kind of interesting. But it's like kind of a sweet moment, and it just, I don't know, it feels kind of romantic in a way, and it goes back to his dialogue about hearts, about like how clocks are kind of like hearts, and then he realizes he has a heart now and wants you to feel it, and that's cool. I also forget a lot of the time that they're objects. In the realization dialogues, the characters, oh my god, I forgot to talk about Dorian's, and it was so funny. They comment about being able to do things, like Jean-Lou's finally able to turn around, or like, whoa, I'm not made out of metal. And sometimes I'm like, what are you talking about? And then I remember that I'm talking to, like, Sophia is a safe and is not 500 pounds and made out of metal anymore, and I'm like, what? And then I look behind her and I'm like, oh yeah, like the characters feel so real and so human. I literally forget I'm talking to like actual furniture, and even when they're in their humanized forms, they're like still made out of those materials and whatever. Like talking to Tyrell is about, like, you touch his hand and it's soft and it feels like a towel or whatever, and I just keep forgetting about that. Props to the character artist. And it's funny in the date devs thing, where you talk to one of the artist, like the main character artist, and she says something like oh, if you stare at your furniture a little too long, that means I did my job right. I know what she means in real life, which I have started doing, by the way, but and so have other people, apparently. I find that really funny. Or the thing where you mentally think towards the object when you're like in your own house, or at least I do. I try to be a little more gentle with stuff now. But yeah, like he mentions about like not having gears inside of anymore, and I'm like, what the heck are you talking about? And then I remembered. And his interactions in the physical world are kind of funny. One of them, when you talk to the cat clock in your bedroom, that's my personal favorite. It does a little jump or whatever. Okay, before I forget, the interaction with Dorian thing I forgot about was he pulls out a jump rope and jump ropes in place for 30 seconds, and he describes it as something he's wanted to do for a long time, and then he's just puts the jump rope away, and he's like, that's fun, that was fun, or whatever. And I realized, like, oh yeah, you're a door, you can only move sideways or up and down, you probably can't jump, and I didn't even think about that as an example. But just the pulling out a jump rope out of nowhere and doing a little hop and then not doing it is so in character. It's funny. But no, Timothy's thing of the heartbeat thing I think is cute. And then he becomes a train conductor, and it's confusing because he still has cat features, except in the artwork he doesn't, but it says he's popular specifically in Japan. And yeah, Japan probably would go crazy over a Catboy train conductor, is what I feel like it was hinting at. Why does he keep the ears and tails? Does he not fully a human? I don't get it. Like, I get the cat features are because every one of your clocks is cat themed. It's a little Kit Kat clock. If he was a regular clock, though, I guess he would just not be a cat. I don't know. I don't have any cat-themed clocks, but now I kind of want one. But yeah, the conductor to focus on schedules, I feel like fits. Bro single-handedly fixed the transport system is quite the accomplishment, and also what I wrote. in my notes. But yeah, the Timothy thing, I think, adds so much more. I mean, Timmy adds so much more to his character. Because I wondered about that when I was doing the route of, like, he's a cat-themed clock. Why is he, like, a little butler or whatever? Where's the cat-themed thing? Oh, I was so wrong. It's Timmy. Timmy is the cat part, which I think is so cool. Timmy is such a weird little guy. When I was doing his route, I liked him more than Timothy, and then when I romanced Timothy, I was like, I like Timothy more. I don't know what Timmy's love thing is. Okay, that's the thing I feel a little bad about saying when I'm going to explain the context of these characters in a second. I really like Timothy. Maybe would be someone I'd feel comfortable romancing or whatever. Timmy is a cat, kind of. I don't want to romance a cat. I don't mean in, like, a furry sense or whatever, or, like, him having cat ears, that's fine. I mean, like, his personality is, like, being a silly little guy, but also acting like a cat. Yeah. So, but Timmy's a fun character of just... He's very kind of silly and whatever, and probably someone who would destroy your house at any given chance or whatever. I mean, I've never had a cat, so I don't know what that's like. I feel like you wouldn't be able to count on him for anything, but he is just silly and fun, and I feel like so much more easy to talk to. He is like a breath of fresh air from the Timothy stuff of, like, having to be on schedule and timeliness and whatever, and Timmy you can just chill with. There's no thoughts behind those eyes, is my opinion, however. But Timothy's thing is also sad because you find out from him that Timmy, it's like a werewolf transformation. You show up at the wrong time and he, like, morphs into Timmy. And I don't think Timothy wants that. Or maybe he's just embarrassed by it. I don't know, because he, like, does not want you to see him like that. So it feels a little sucky. You do have to break his trust with that in order to find Timmy. And Timmy says how he's the actual, like, personality, and Timothy's just kind of a cover to get more accepted. And dude is in, like, that much of a state of denial. He just wants to be seen for who he is. So in that sense, I feel really bad for Timmy, especially because he never shows up in the Timothy route at all. You have the option to pick Timmy over Timothy, and Timmy says it as if you're killing off Timothy, which is like, damn. I've heard some people say you can put them together. I didn't get that option. I don't know if I did something wrong, but that was a thing I feel like I missed from the route, because there's a lot of characters, like Hector as an example, where you have to, or like Skips is a great parallel to Timothy in a sense of, like, he shows up as the character he's role-playing as, and a lot of people felt catfished by it, of, like, the big shadow monster, and then he's just this, like, emo twink. I love him both ways personally, but I do like Skips more. And it's about accepting him for who he is, and I wish you could have that with Timmy and Timothy, even though they don't, like, physically change, because it's, like, the same person and stuff. If you could, like, get them to combine, or to get him to accept himself or whatever, I feel like that would have been a really strong character moment. But they're literally split into two different routes, and you have to pick one over the other, and that kind of kills me. Because even though Timothy is a little bit annoying, I didn't think we needed to kill him off, and then there's only Timmy, or whatever. And then if you go with just the Timothy route, like, yeah, you never meet Timmy, but it is kind of sad, like, you never get to see what he actually is like. You don't even know that part of him, of being Timmy, exists. So I had to find out about that. I had looked online and read that somewhere about people talking about Timmy. I should have done Timmy's full route, but I hate the fact that you have to choose, because unless you romance them at the end of the game or something, it's like, you choose, and you're stuck like that for the rest of the playthrough. So even though I romanced Timothy, I could never go back and go see what Timmy was like unless I started a new playthrough, and then I'd have to realize everyone or whatever, or at least get far enough for realization and then find Timmy. It wasn't worth it to me. I'll look up a Timmy playthrough. I'm genuinely curious if the little cat can fall in love with you or not, and what does he do when he becomes human? We'll have to see. But just because of that, I think that also made me like his character, but I also do just like him as like a little silly cat. I mean, a cat that is obsessed with time or whatever, but I love his character design. Oh yeah, his realization one is kind of more toned down, of the just a regular outfit, and then with the overall, not overalls, the why can I not remember what it's called? Yeah, like the overall things. I love the cat gloves. I think they're cute. He has like claws or really long nails or something though. That's interesting. And just the fact that you have a freaking cat boy. Why not? Okay, and then how long is this? This is gonna be like 4 hours. I don't care. We're gonna keep going through this anyway. We're getting away from my favorites for like 2 characters worth, but that's okay. Art's the next one. Art's really cool. I love... Okay, I'm biased because I am an artist. I'm a painter, so of course this was the character I got excited about. His design's cool. I like how he looks like this makes me think of the David sculpture. Just the fact that he's a sculpture, I think works perfectly for having a humanized form to talk to, though he has a little $10 thing on the bottom, so he's not actually, you know, like, I wonder how tall he's supposed to be though, because he's like a sculpture or whatever. I like that he has the vines around him, and the little glasses being picture frames, but the fact that he has the glasses at all feels funny. It fits with like the sculpture thing. Realization design, I don't like it. I don't like how he still kind of looks sculpted, and then seeing him with like fleshy skin feels kind of weird. It throws me off because like face wise and body wise he looks so similar. I love the jacket for all the painting references. The necklace is also cool. I like the pants having the little leaf things. I can't tell what the shoes are. I think they're just normal shoes. I feel like design-wise I should hate the jacket, but the painting references just get me. And I love how his different poses are different. They're so drastic. I like the one where it's the birth of Venus with the frames and the little tag being the seashell, and then he's covered in the plants as hair and like a censorship thing. I like the one where he's holding up the paintbrush. There's also one where he just rips apart all of the picture frames that I find really funny. I didn't see that one except maybe like once, so I don't know if that's like the angry sprite. His I'm looking on the wiki at the other ones. He has so many other poses they could have done, which I think is so cool. I like the one where he puts himself in an art frame and he's having the ink out of the jar. I know exactly what that's a reference to. I like the one, oh my gosh, that one's actually kind of cool, where a cupid shoots him in the heart. There's a lot of different hairstyles they had for him, which is kind of interesting. I hate the paintbrush bun one. There's one where they make him look like a disgruntled artist, but he kind of just looks like Eddie. And they have other designs where he looks even more fancy as like a gallery collector, and there's another one where they have him as like an actual artist. I love that there's so many different routes or like design choices and things they could have made for him, because like how do you represent art? But I do love that he is a sculpture. I feel like that works perfectly. And I love his whole thing of, it reminded me of my art history classes where you talk to him about art to romance him. Like he also covers your art, your walls in these paintings and whatever. I like the one of David Most stealing data, and it has the David Most Valdivian lines just to hammer it in a little more. But I love that you get to talk to him about art. I am so happy that no matter how you feel about the artwork, he accepts your opinion as long as you go to talk to him about it. And he gets so excited when you finish the route and he's like, you actually took the time to talk to me. Oh my gosh. It's like really sweet. He just seems like a really nice guy. And I love talking about art with him, even if I hated some of the artwork for whatever reason. And I like when he shows up on Memoria's route and he makes this comment about seeing green outside and being so excited about. I like his whole dynamic with him, Memoria, and Cam in that whole route is awesome. It's one of my favorite like interactions between characters or whatever. But on his own, he's fun. I like him. Like personality wise and everything. And then you can set him up with Doug as a concept. I think that's cool, of the idea of like art and like what is he called, existential dread or whatever. That's perfect. As characters, I don't really like them together. Like in the actual scene when you set them up together, it's kind of nice. I guess we're talking about Doug now too. And when you come to visit them, it's kind of just whatever. Like Art sounds to be happy in the relationship. I don't know about Doug, but that's like the whole point of Doug. And I like how in their realization thing, Doug becomes like an art piece and Art is like his manager. And I'm supposed to have gotten a credits thing about that, but it changed to Art, it wasn't there at all, and Doug was doing yo-yo tricks or something, and I was really disappointed. But getting them together was cool. I like doing that, because that's what I did my second playthrough. I guess I'll talk about Doug then. Doug's a cool character in that I like his stuff with Hope. That was the thing that drew me in, of like, Hope has died for humanity. I have separate notes about Doug, hold on. His design's funny to me. He looks like a cartoon character, except he's like absolutely ripped for no reason. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to find the notes really quickly. I have it in a separate section of my notes is the thing. I literally named it Date Characters I Got to Know. I feel like his content warning was a bit much, but that's just me personally. He's a bully, but I don't find him that offensive. It's like middle school level insults. I actually accepted him to be more existential because he's, you know, existential dread. I feel like Damon gives a better job of feeling existential and stuff. Doug just kind of insults you. He occasionally has dialogue of like the earth being destroyed in the sun, and I get that's supposed to be his overall attitude of not really caring about anything, so it works, and then it's funnier to pair him with Art. He does at least have a story of getting over his ex, Hope, who's dead, who also looks completely like a human actually, and it's kind of sad because in terms of concepts, does that mean humanity has no hope left? Like Hope is literally dead, is depressing to think about. So in that sense, he does kind of become more vulnerable with that. Apparently in his hate route, you can like make him cry or something, which I was surprised about. It does kind of suck though, you have to finish both their routes. I don't like the way you pair him up with Art in that you have to finish both their routes and then you tell Doug like, hey, I have someone introduced to you, and that's kind of a weird way to pair people up to me, but whatever. I guess it does kind of make sense, like you're helping him get over his ex after getting to know him, and then it turns out they're exes, but they don't really seem to happy even when they're put together. At least maybe Art does, I don't know. So yeah, that's Doug and Art, but I love that Doug's realization thing, his artwork doesn't change, except he gets a belt buckle that has a picture of a human on it, and that's literally it. I think that's perfect. I think if he got changed, it would have been kind of like probably cursed. Okay, let's talk about River. We're almost 20 people in, and then I have like 10 more. This video is going to be like 4 hours, and I don't care, especially because I have to talk about Eddie and Volt right after this, and that is a whole ass paragraph for me that I didn't write. No, wait. I did. It's somewhere. Okay, River is someone that I really like. I really like her character theme. I think it's kind of soothing. Her design is easily one of my favorites in the game, or probably the favorite. It's so cool. It's also my favorite in terms of the elemental goddesses. Her like dress thing being made out of waves is so freaking detailed. It's awesome. Hold on, let me find her picture. I have to like stare at her as I'm talking about her. That kind of helps me remember things. Oh, it's sending me to a security of your browser network. Okay. Yeah, her design's really cool. Her hair being like water, and the top of her dress having these little ripples or something, and then the bottom of the dress is like full-on ocean waves. It's so colorful. And then she has this little necklace that's like made out of like teardrops or something. She's just so fucking pretty. Oh my gosh. I kind of didn't want to realize her because I didn't want to know what she looked like as a human. I remember saying on my recording of like when I played of like nothing is going to top her design, which I think is true. Her realized design is very pretty. It feels weird because I'm so used to her like her face is literally the same, but I'm so used to her being blue that not seeing her blue but seeing her face was kind of funny to me. I like that she has the long blue anime hair, and her dress does pretty, I mean her design kind of stays the same. It is humanized. I like the little teardrop patterns, and her dress is pretty much the waves, but you know it's a dress so it's not as detailed. I think she's still really, really gorgeous though. I don't know how I feel about talking to her actually. I feel conflicted. I feel like the voice acting really helped me with her route because she sounded so, I don't know if this is going to sound weird or how to explain it, like normal, like a normal person that I would just meet, and sounded kind of always very emotional, just that felt like a lump in your throat kind of way. But I feel like it fit because her whole thing was this. I don't know if she counts as one of the elemental goddesses, but I think it's just interesting comparing her to the others. Like the geode has like a high opinion of herself and wants to be worshipped and kind of just views humanity as whatever, but is also kind of curious about them. And then Erin doesn't talk and doesn't want people to waste words. Her design is also really cool. And then River doesn't really come off to me as like a goddess. She just seems like a normal person, really. But I feel like water would be something that's worthy of like being a goddess, you know? Like you're water, you know? I also remember reading for her hate ending, she makes it so that every bath you take is like pure torture or something. It's like, damn. But her whole thing is like changing states, or like which one people like best. And I think that was interesting. And then you finally convince her you love all of her, and she realizes like, okay, even if I have to change physical states, I don't have to change my personality to please people. Just that analogy of the whole thing I think is really cool. I did find it kind of annoying because it gets a little tiring where she keeps running away and her dialogue kind of feels a little the same after the while. And sometimes she does feel like a little bit kind of almost rude at times, but not really. I don't know. I like when she gets to make fun of other people. That was kind of funny, even though she doesn't want to. Like, she's trying to be polite. She definitely has some things to say about the others for sure, which is kind of cool. And then she appears in Winifred's story as one of the love interests, but she's always kind of awkward. But I get it. It's for her, the warming up thing is like probably embarrassing and stuff. But I like when she reveals the gossip about Jean-Lu. Her one about Prissy's kind of funny, where she's like, you're wasting water watering a fake plant. But the toilet thing about how he kind of like, I don't remember if she thought he sucks or whatever, was kind of funny. But yeah, she's one of, I mean, I really like the empathy routes those were the characters I was drawn towards and their storylines and stuff. She's one of my favorite empathy routes. But she was cool, and I like when you romance her, when you get her ending, she finally seems more comfortable around you, and she doesn't sound as emotional. She sounds really happy, and it's really sweet. Okay, so that's River. Now I have to talk about Eddie and Vol. It's kind of weird with the way they're listed on this. It's a guide of like where to find them, what number they are, and they're both just listed as a 19 technically because they're the same like number slot or whatever. I have a lot to say on them. Hold on a second. Let me find my... I have a list that's just the last 10 people that I realized because they were my favorites. They're in here somewhere. I know it. Oh my gosh, this paragraph is so long. Oh no. Okay. No, wait. I'm sorry. This entire paragraph is about their realization dialogue. I get to skip that. Sweet. We'll get to that later. Oh wait, I forgot the thing with River. She becomes someone that makes candles to represent like the change of states, and she gets to control it this time. I think that's really cool and it fit her character. Okay, Eddie and Volt. Hold on, let me pull up my other thing. Cause no, I have to get myself like prepped for this, even though I'm gonna like say all of this off the top of my head. I'm not ready. Oh no, I didn't write anything about them. I really liked their storyline. You know what I find kind of interesting with it though is I was reading and it's kind of based off of the character the concept art or whatever, because the whole thing with their route is that you find out that, and I still keep thinking about it a lot, it's just been in my head, that Eddie and Volt were originally the same person. I think it was just Eddie, of being the breaker box and the electricity, and then he got too overworked and also broken and then split himself to try to help, and it was like a band-aid fix of creating Volt, and that's that. And then which I have some thoughts on that. The concept art was only showing drawings of one person, and it was someone with I need to find it. I have opinions on that. Get out of here, Sprite Gallery. I don't know if it's going to show both. I don't even... Oh, they're listed under the same thing. Sweet. Damn it. Is it here? The art for the thing is really interesting. It's not here. But I remember seeing the TikTok, actually. They were drawn as one person. I think originally Eddie was drawn with glasses that were like copper glasses, which I think kind of interesting. But there was one art thing that was cool. We had a cooler outfit, and Volt apparently does this thing. I've never gotten a hate ending with this too, so I haven't seen it like in real time, where he turns blue if he gets really angry. And there's a concept art thing like that for Eddie, where it's someone that turns blue and their hair goes like fucking crazy and they don't have like the same face or anything, and that's what I would have thought of as like embodiment of electricity. And I think that would have been so cool if it was maybe like a temper sort of thing of being like one person. Kind of makes me think of like Spider-Man. I don't know, they made Eddie, I think it's the glasses and just the way he was designed. I can't picture it off the top of my head. Where he looks kind of little dorky, almost kind of reminds me of almost like Jerry. And then seeing the other image of the person who becomes full of electricity and is like feeling an emotion. And I think that's so cool of being able to just design wise flip like that, of having the kind of like passive humanish looking design and then the full on emotional electricity stuff. I feel like that would have been so cool. I feel like that could have been interesting to play around with. but at the same time, I'm wondering how much the route would have changed, you know? Like the fact that doesn't seem originally to be that it's these two people, because the whole thing is they're a package duo. The thing about them being one person is like a plot twist. I feel disappointed by it. It makes sense and it fits with the storyline of Eddie explaining who he is and whatever, but it feels like it was just kind of in the story itself, kind of just added on when it's revealed. Like, it's a big plot twist of, whoa, they used to be the same person. And it's described that they always permanently have a connection of some kind. I don't know if it's like a physical connection though. I read something interesting, someone theorized about that, or like headcanon or whatever, of like, if you kiss one of them, does the other person feel it, or do they know? Because that does happen. You kiss one of them in the route and you don't get to kiss the other one, which makes me really sad. And you have the option, I think, to tell Eddie or not, and I never did. I don't know where that leads. But I just think the concept of them originally being one person, and it's like an Adam and Eve thing of like, you make a new person, and you're technically connected or whatever, is so cool. And I wish more was done with that. Or just the idea, it's kind of confusing to me, of like them originally both just being Eddie. It makes me wonder, when Volt got split off, you know, they have very different personalities. It makes them a really fun dynamic though to interact with. I love them both a lot. But it makes me wonder, like, pre-splitting up, since the player never gets to meet them like that, is Volt's personality, like, did he become his own person, or is it almost like a split personality type thing, or like just another facet of Eddie, of like, was that originally part of Eddie's personality too? Because I know Eddie's whole thing is he comes off as very tired and overworked and exhausted, and it makes me wonder if he wasn't like that and wasn't like physically broken as a breaker box, would he just be himself but more relaxed, like basically how he is like after you fix the breaker box? Or would it be that he just still have some of Volt's personality, which is interesting. I cannot imagine that for Eddie, because he comes off as like such a tsundere of being someone that's also like very, very like flirty, kind of playboy-y a little bit, or just the thing of what else, of like, of them being, I keep thinking of like, if they're the same person, they split up, of like, you know, Volt, I mean, Eddie sounds American, but Volt sounds British, and I wonder if that has to do with anything too. I mean, the same thing happens with Washford and Drysdale, but they're like separate people, and they always have been, they just happen to be lovers. I don't know. I think about that sometimes. I feel like just that idea of being one person and then becoming two is such a cool concept and raises so many ideas and questions, but it's just kind of like thrown in there at the end, and then that's kind of that. I mean, I get it as like a physical sense. It was like to fix a problem, and then you get to keep Volt at the end, and that's part of why Eddie like didn't want to have the power reset, because it would have erased Volt, and it's literally the dialogue of like, I can't lose you. Like, it's super important, but it's also, I don't know, I feel like it was kind of just there, and then that's it. What else was I going to say? But yeah, they're two of my favorite. They're probably, no, I'm thinking like between like Dorian, Damon, and Eddie and Volt are like my three, I'm counting Eddie and Volt in the same slot, favorites. Also three of the ones I'm most attracted to as well. Just like, I don't know, I get why they're popular. Like, I thought if between couples, I mentioned it before, of like Washford and Drysdale, I thought those were going to be like the couple everyone was going to obsess over, and instead it's entirely just Eddie and Volt. But I get it, they're both really attractive. It was interesting because like when I first started their route in my first playthrough, Volt immediately fucking won me over, of being very charming, and I find they have the same voice actor too, which is kind of funny, but no, I find Volt's voice really hot actually, and just kind of won me over. I mean, I think it's so cool that like he's like the frontman of their club. Just the idea of the breaker box of like you're in your house but you go to a lounge, you're in like a different environment and everything, I think also immerses me more into their story. He feels very much, reminds me a lot of like David Bowie, but specifically David Bowie's character of the Goblin King in Labyrinth, and now I kind of want to rewatch Labyrinth. He gives those vibes and I'm all here for it. It's so fun. Like sometimes I feel like he's a little too flirty with the sort of playboy vibe, but it feels like he does genuinely care about you. And then with Eddie, I didn't like him at first, which I feel like that's fair. It's funny to me where it's like I like tsundere characters, but then it's like I meet them and they're mean immediately, and which of course I know and I expect, and I'm also still just like, dang, this kind of sucks. But Eddie's a character where I didn't like him at first, and then it was funny because like I romanced him, and then I started my second playthrough and I was so excited to see him, and then I was like, oh, I forgot you're kind of an asshole. Like I completely spaced out about the dialogue. Like there's one part where he's just like, oh, for fuck's sake, what do you want? And it's funny. Apparently a lot of people got a hate ending because they were trying to not talk to him, but I felt like it was kind of obvious he needed help, or at least that's how it was to me, and I was curious about him anyway. You have to play like a fine line with these two of like in their route of focusing on one at a time with them, like first the stuff with Volt and then the stuff with Eddie, but like, you know, you meet Eddie briefly and he's like kind of busy and whatever, and I was curious. I kept thinking, like, he doesn't seem well. Is he okay? Even as I was talking to Volt and whatever. I do find it funny when you do get to, like, introduce yourself. Because not all the objects have object names, and you find out his name's Edison, which I feel like is funny. I prefer Eddie. I feel like he just looks more like an Eddie, but Edison Watts, and I realized, oh, it's entirely an electrical thing, and it's a... fucking Thomas Edison reference or whatever. So I'm glad he doesn't have to go by that constantly. I prefer calling him Eddie. I think the line's funny where he introduces himself and he's like, oh, do you want my barcode too? Like, he's just such a kind of a jerk, but like in a fun way, you know. But yeah, the stuff with Volt is fun where you hang out and it's like the fun time of the club, and you have to try to not worry about the power surges, because the whole thing with their dynamic, I describe Volt as like a guard dog, which is kind of nice and kind of just I have mixed opinions on Volt. Of like, he's fun to interact with and whatever, and I really like his dynamic with Eddie, especially at the end where he kind of like, or after you save them, keeps them in check. There's like a dialogue of like, you get Eddie to finally thank you for what you did, and Volt has to kind of remind him of like, okay, don't be too mean, and you don't really get that when you're just with Eddie alone because Volt's not there, so it's just kind of you and Eddie kind of arguing with each other a little bit, but that works too. But it's like they keep themselves in check and whatever, they just balance each other so well. I can't really imagine one without the other anymore. But I do like that the route is divided, where you have a couple days with Volt at first, and then you have the time just with Eddie, and then they're brought together at the end. But despite that, I feel like we don't really get to know Volt as a character. I feel like with Eddie, I feel like most of the route is focused on Eddie and his character development, which is awesome. Eddie, I kind of do now that I've played through the game twice, kind of prefer him more. But Volt, I feel like you don't really get to learn a lot about. Maybe that's the point, I don't know, because this whole thing is like to be there to distract you from Eddie's problems because he's like his guard dog or whatever, which is it's kind of nice. I get that's his purpose of like protection, but at the same time it's like, I'm not gonna hurt him. I'm trying to just get to know him and to help out with the bigger problems and stuff where you're not supposed to like tell Volt that you and Eddie have been like fixing things behind the scenes and whatever. So it's kind of interesting. It makes me kind of dislike him a little in a sense of like, I don't really feel like I know you, but I know the other one sort of thing. But like vibe-wise, he's cool. I like both the character designs, honestly. Like Volt, I said, kind of reminds me of David Bowie. I like the electrical hair too. The realized outfits are great. I love the vests. I really want Volt's jacket, and Eddie's whole fit is like gender envy to me. I can even picture it as I'm talking to it. I love the little electrical things and how the wires on his sleeves become stripes. And Volt's hair looks so soft. It kind of reminds me of like realized Mateo's design a little bit. And then Eddie's, I didn't even realize it when I was first doing the route of like why. I have to pull up the photo now. Why it's like kind of crinkly. It reminded me of tinfoil, and then I realized, oh, it's wires. And then it becomes these like colorful stripes, but they're kind of more subtle. I thought that's cool. It's like Eddie kind of gives me not Eddie, Volt gives me like a David Bowie vibe. Eddie makes me think of like, I'm thinking of like early 2000s singers a little bit. I keep thinking about like Brendan Urie, like a lot of what do you call that genre actually? Not like emo. I'm thinking of all the stuff like one of my older cousins used to listen to in middle school. Gives me the vibes of that appearance wise. I don't know how to explain it. He's kind of like shaggy looking and whatever, but I guess it goes with him being like kind of tired all the time. I do love the eyeshadow on both, unless in Eddie's case it's just that he's that fucking tired. I wasn't sure, but I think it's cool that they're both the concept of electricity, but like Eddie's specifically like the wires and the internal stuff, which has to do with this whole role of like keeping the club going and all the maintenance. That's why he's so focused on maintenance. And then Volt stuff is being the like the actual electricity. It makes me wonder what Eddie would have looked like together, because he's already just the breaker box, but then of him having to be the electricity too, I bet that would have been so cool. But yeah, the stuff with Volt's fun at the beginning. I like their collectible, the whiskey sour being it has a wire in it. I know it's a real drink. I had to look it up. I think the collectibles are kind of cool. I actually didn't get one of them. One of them shows their little spotlight show thing. I like the design of it, and the bulb being the lights, the light, and the breaker box logo itself I think is really fun. Of just running a bar. I am kind of sad with the realization stuff though. They end up going into retail, which fits with the characters, but I wanted them to run a nightclub so bad, but I mean, I don't know, that probably would have stressed out Eddie. I think it's kind of sad that like even after you realize him, like the romance thing is like he comes over and does electrical stuff at your house and then goes to a local bar to drink, and then Volt shows up to dance and hang out. And then even for their photo description, it says something like Eddie kept fixing the lighting and would not sit still. Like even after he gets realized, he's constantly just fiddling with things and can't just like relax. Their dialogue though is very different. No, but I want to talk about the I'll talk about the realization stuff more in a second. I want to talk about the working with Eddie the 2 days. I thought it was cool. That's kind of where you really get to know him about stuff, where he kind of slowly grows to like you more. I'm kind of sad he doesn't really get a romance bit in his route. Technically, like you get to kiss Volt, and then once you realize them, then you finally get the romance thing, and the characters even pointed out to you as well. Where Eddie's like, damn, I was just working the whole time or whatever. I guess technically your moment with Eddie is when you fall off the ladder. He cheers you out for it afterwards, but it is kind of like he really does care when you fall off the ladder and he catches you and then puts you down or whatever and asks like if you're okay. It's the one time he sounds just like, oh shit, are you good? You know? Also, his sudden cursing with stuff is kind of funny. Like when you say like you want to do realization, he's the one that reacts first, and he's like, "Oh shit, really? You're gonna like turn us into people or something?" And Volt's just like, "Calm down." let's just do it before they change their mind or whatever. But that's the one moment. But talking with him is nice. I really like his musical theme, as I mentioned, and how his and Volt's, they have two different themes, where Volt's is kind of more, has a little more energy to it, and Eddie's is like, my friend fucking nailed it actually, late night at the bar, because one of them's called opening theme, and I think the other one's called like closing time or whatever, and that matches too. I just like the concept of like during the day you hang out with Volt and you're at the show and it's like the fun side of the club, and then at nighttime you're with Eddie and you're helping fixing out things. But yeah, that's kind of where he grew on me more, and he tells you more about himself and stuff. And then you have the moment where you have to fix the power and Eddie's like dying over here, and you really feel the tension of that throughout the route, not just of like Eddie's condition, but the lights keep going out and whatever, until you finally get to that moment. That was one of the like most climactic moments to me. It felt like one of the only ones that actually had like stakes. Like I was on the edge of my seat. That's probably why I love this route so much, besides these two characters and the mystery of the breaker box, is like you get that tension where you think too, like, yeah, are we gonna lose Volt? I'll be honest, when the power goes back on, and they probably do it on purpose to like kind of spook you a bit, and Eddie shows up first and then he calls you Livewire, which I'll talk about that too. I just assumed they fused together. I wasn't even upset about it. I thought, oh cool, they're gonna have like the same personalities, but like they're both Eddie now. I was fine with it. And then Volt showed up on screen. I'm like, oh okay, you're alive. I thought, wow, this game isn't dark then, in that sense of like they're not gonna just kill off this character in front of me. And that's funny saying now, knowing that like Keith betrays you and dies later, but I hadn't done that route yet. But they both end up being fine, which is good. I think that would have probably destroyed Eddie emotionally if Volt did die in that. And then you have the option, when you have the option to date them, it's kind of funny where Eddie sort of fumbles through admitting his feelings, which sort of works of like, oh, you can stay if you want, and he's like blushing the whole time, and Volt has to spell it out for you of like, oh, means he's taken with you. And then I like the option where the player character can only ask like, oh, what are you talking about? And Eddie's like, do we have to spell it out for you? And then one of the options you can say is, give me that sandwich. And I noticed that's so many people's little tag thing on Reddit now. And you have that option for multiple couples that you get to join as well. Yeah, I think I'm not done talking about these characters, but it is almost 2 p.m. and I'm very hungry, and this is also 4 hours. We talked about like 20 characters. If I do like 20 characters at a time, I think we'll be pretty much good to go. But yeah, that confession's kind of funny, and you expect to have some kind of finally romantic moment with Eddie, and instead he's like, come on, let's go get back to work or whatever, and it's just like, dude. But the realization thing I can finally talk about. I wrote out the whole thing. I think the idea of how they were originally one person, and then they still have some sort of connection when you meet them, and then they become two whole human beings. That's got to be crazy from their perspective of like already being one person that becomes two, like an Adam and Eve thing. It's probably also weird for Eddie, I don't know. And then just the fact that they physically are not, I mean, they're going to be together forever. You cannot date only one of them anyway. And why would you? They're a package deal. But I mean, I said that a little harshly. I know there's people who have preference. I know a lot of people really like Eddie, which is fair. And I also agree, because he has more of the character development and stuff. I lost my train of thought. Damn it. Yeah, becoming two people where they get to do their own thing. I actually assumed they were going to take a break from each other in a sense. I thought their realization thing would have been that they go like, wow, it's crazy we were connected for so long, and they would maybe go on their own journey of self-discovery and then inevitably come back to each other. I thought that would have been kind of cool. I feel like they're kind of too codependent on each other. I get in the object sense it's absolutely necessary, and probably emotionally I think Eddie did need someone, but I feel like it's maybe a little too much together. I mean, that's probably the effect of like, you were one person, now you're two. Maybe it's like a creepy twins kind of way where you like have to be together or something. The realization thing, I'm skipping ahead in my notes a little bit. I wish it was kind of more romantic, honestly. The one in the credits, I mean, specifically, the other one's fine. They go to Germany, they go to Berlin on a romantic vacation without you, and I'm like, bruh. And then you get the dialogue that they stop by every once in a while, and I'm like, damn, that could have been better. Why didn't we get invited to Berlin romantic vacation? And then them working on houses and stuff. I feel like that does fit though. Okay. I love their dialogue when you realize them. It's funny to me. Where Eddie makes this joke and it's stupid, but it's kind of a little funny. It was kind of unexpected, and he just seems so different once you finish their route and you realize him. And I feel like it's a nice way to wrap up his route of how he was your breaker box and was constantly stressed out and having to keep power everywhere, and then suddenly you're a human being and you don't have to do any of that anymore. You can like take a second to breathe, like forget the whole having limbs and your own autonomy. You don't have to do your job anymore. And he sounds so much more relaxed. It's really nice to see. Like, he makes I don't remember what the start of the thing Volt says, and they have this thing where they finish each other's sentences, and I wish I picked the other option because I wanted to ask him about how freedom felt like. But he makes this joke and says, or Volt's like, wow, being human is so, and Eddie says electrifying and smiles, and he regrets it immediately, and Volt calls him out on it, of their whole thing of like Eddie blushing easily and Volt being like, oh no, you're smiling, you're having fun and vibrating with excitement. But I like when Volt calls him out of him, and Eddie's just like, realization must have scrambled my circuits or whatever, shut up. But it's not in like a mean way, it's like in a kind of embarrassed Sunere way where he even looks kind of like pouty and is blushing or whatever, and I'm like, aw, there's our goober. And then you have the feeling to talk, the opportunity to talk to them if you don't kick them out right away. And I like how Eddie talks about, like, he gets real for a second and says how he feels free and not having to run the power in the house anymore. And I like how he acknowledges how he didn't get to do anything fun in the route, and it leads into the romantic action thing. And I like that he gets called out on it, because I was bummed about that. I thought when he confessed his feelings he would have gotten something, but no. But I get it, because he says like, oh, I had to work the whole time, I left all the fun stuff to Volt. Which makes me wonder if during the route, if Eddie did want to do anything romantic and just couldn't because he had to do his job constantly. Which is fair, I guess. I mean, the house would probably need power all the damn time, and things were constantly... But I mean, dude was dying and having to try to balance to fix things, so there was no time for romance. And then I like when he says, he gets kind of a little more calmer and is like, yeah, I'd like to change that. And then it goes into the down for sexy times option. And then I think the characters have like a threesome or something or whatever. But I like the line that's the narrator says about Volt, like, finally handling Eddie control, like finally not having to be like kind of the guard dog anymore now that Eddie's finally free and doesn't have to be stressed about stuff. And then I feel like at that point it probably would be better to date them, of like, they get to just be not having the insanity of the stuff going on in their route. and Volt can be like a normal person this time and whatever. But yeah, that's pretty much. I also find the Volt showing up to your house to dance thing is kind of random but kind of funny. Sorry, I got distracted for a second. There is a dog that keeps running into someone's yard. That keeps playing fetch out there or whatever. But yeah, I love these two so much. They're the only ones besides like what I said about Damon with the AO3 thing, where if you go on there, it's mostly just them. And you know what? I've read some good fics on there. I read one I really liked about the main character getting an electric guitar and playing it at the breaker box and the feeling of that or whatever. And they also kind of remind me of like a Frankenstein dynamic. I bet that's probably on purpose though. I mean, they're the concept of electricity, and Eddie literally created a guy. I was kind of bummed I didn't find more fan art about that. I found one that was really cool though, that mimicked like one of the original illustrations. But I think just because I've had Frankenstein in the brain anyway, once it was revealed like they used to be the same person and then Eddie made a person, I was like, oh, it's like Frankenstein. I was so excited for a second. But yeah, I mean, I do wonder what it would have been like if it was one person and how the route would have gone. It probably still would have been the whole thing with Eddie of like, you're broken, we have to try to fix you, which makes me wonder if he wasn't broken, because that is like the thing with, that is the route of like what would the route have been like. But I don't know, I like them both. I think I like them separately, or like Eddie more separately, but I think together they're a fun dynamic, and then being in the relationship or friends or whatever with the player, it's kind of a fun little trio, I guess. Yeah, but they're genuinely some of my favorites just as characters, but also their route is really fun. Okay, so let me do number 20 really quick, and then I want to go eat. I'm starving. Oh, okay, this is going to be short. Koa's our couch. I like his design. I don't really like the armrests of the chair, but I like the patterns of them. And then the realization, I'm not even looking at it, but I kind of can remember off the top of my head. I like all the orange and stuff. Koa, I like that he's really chill as a character, but he's like, you get to know who he is through his route, but he's another one I feel like I don't really know. I like that it's a chill route. I feel like there's so much emotional things in these character stories that it's nice to have someone like Koa, where if you just want to keep playing the game but you need to just kind of take a break from things, you spend the route sleeping and chatting just a little bit, not really much. I actually felt like we got to know Koa more in Mitchell's route when you do the restaurant stuff, where he has his own restaurant, and I thought that was pretty nice. But within his own route, it's fine. It's kind of a forgettable route for me, because you literally go there, you don't talk to each other, and then he talks to you a little bit, he gives you a little gift where he misunderstands human culture, and he starts talking about couch culture and stuff, and that's kind of about it. I don't really have an opinion on Koa, because there wasn't really much of a route to go on, but he's okay as a character, I guess. I feel bad that's like the shortest amount I've talked about someone, but I feel like there really isn't a lot that I want to say. Next is Dolly. I have thoughts on Dolly. Okay, so I might just do these like 20 at a time, because this is already 4 hours. And I would like to go eat some food now. Because it's 4 hours, I don't know if anyone's gonna watch this. If you do, cool, I'm glad. Curious if you have similar, different opinions than me and these characters. If not, this is I was gonna make this inevitably, you know, because I have so many opinions on these characters and I like to talk about it and stuff. And I think, as I always say, talking about things out loud on this channel, and as I'm hearing myself talk and not having a script or anything, it really forces me to think about my opinions about this kind of stuff. Especially, it's like a reflection, basically, after I finish the game and the characters. Now that I've done 2 playthroughs and done some romance routes, like, what do I really think about these people? I feel like it kind of helps me, and it's gonna feel nice once I'm done with this, because then I feel like I can finally let the game, well, no, I'm not letting the game go. I'm getting my ass back on AO3. But I think I can let the game itself go. Like, I don't have to play it again. I'm good on playing it. It's really long anyway. But it's very fun. I adore this game. Okay, so that was the first like 20 or so, except Skylar's in the other video. And then we'll do like another 20, and we'll see if it's 4 hours. I think the big paragraphs I had, or the ones I needed to blab about the most, were specifically Dorian and then Eddie and Volt. Once I get to Damon, though, that's probably the last one of like, I have so much to say. So it should be a bit shorter. Okay, bye bye.